It started with a question. What if we built a sport from scratch? One where equality wasn't an afterthought, but the foundation. A sport powered by speed, strategy, and soul. To some, it sounded crazy, too ambitious, too different, too bold. But to many more, it was exactly what they'd been waiting for. From city streets to mountain villages, from school gyms to open beaches, they heard the call and they answered. With fire in their hearts and no guarantees. They trained without courts, without funding, without fame, only with the belief they could rise, prove their worth, and take their place. They hustled 2 jobs, slept on buses, played through pain, and pushed through doubt. All of this for the chance to wear their nation's flag, to become part of something bigger than themselves. FXC is the only sport where every player starts equal. No prejudice, no stereotypes, 100% inclusive, no exceptions, no limits. It's co-ed, unified, unstoppable. This is what gender equality looks like in motion. Thrilling, raw, and impossible to ignore. FXC isn't just a game. It's a challenge to everything we thought sports could be. And now it's time. This is the 2025 FXC World Cup, broadcast in 3 languages from Lignano, Sabbiadoro, Italy. Who will come out on top? Fireball Extreme Challenge, a sport for the people, by the people.
Safe to say I'm the biggest, the largest. Been stepping up since my mama stayed in them apartments. Regardless, my daddy told me keep the heat even when I'm in forage.
Could've been 30, could've been a G. Should've never snitched, why you took it to police? Started looking at you funny when you're walking down the street. Looking at you like food, trying to see where they can eat. Me, I'm like Wallow and Gilly with the game. You don't really wanna act silly, behave. When we're on stage and a million gets made. I need that breeze. I feel sorry for Skepta, they copy these flow, but they say that it's a new flow. Imitation don't flatter me, but it's cool though. Should've ever left the guy alone in my studio. Put them in the coffin, get them on a tombstone. Yeah, I got a half of the price of a Q-Do. Living like a boss man, nothing like Hugo. I need that
right bitch on the possibility. 5-2 left feet, them green by shot again. Green left, that shit free, that should've never let that bitch alone with my sweet box. That a bitch skip it, running in my rebucks, talking about the detox.
It all began with an idea.
He said one day you'll leave this world behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father told me. Light a fire they can't put out. Carve your name into those shining stars. He said go venture far beyond the shores. Don't forsake this life of yours. I'll guide you home no matter where you are. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away. When I was just a kid I heard him say, when you get older your wild heart will live for younger days. Think of me if ever you're afraid. He said one day behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father told me. These are the nights that never die. My father told me.
Sei un'associazione sportiva o di promozione sociale? Sei un'organizzazione di volontariato o un altro ente di terzo settore? Affiliati ad AICS. Garantisce ampie coperture assicurative ai tuoi soci e tessere adatte a tutte le tue attività sportive e culturali. Come rete associativa sa guidarti nel mondo del registro unico del terzo settore. Consulenti qualificati ti assisteranno di fronte ai cambiamenti normativi e fiscali. Vuoi una vetrina per le tue attività? AICS ti porta anche in radio e in TV. Diventa grande. Scegli AICS. www.aics.it.
Welcome to the first Indigenous Eco-Business Academy, created by 5 founders. An incubator for eco-business ideas, diversified individuals participating from different regions. Learn while immersed in nature. Welcome to Smiley.
Well, hello, everybody. Here we are on this beautiful Sunday morning in Lignano, Sabbiadoro for the finals, the semifinals, sorry, and then the finals for the Fireball Exchange Challenge. This is the moment we've all been waiting for the day to start everything. And I'll start off by saying who I am before I forget myself. This is Angelo Munsell. Everybody calls me Tommy. And I'm here with a teammate from the from the United States team.
Thank you for having me, Tommy. Good morning, world. We are excited to be here for the semifinals of Fireball Extreme Challenge. We have two incredible teams. My name is Darren Williams. I am Vice President of the Fireball Extreme Challenge Federation, as well as number 2 for Team USA. And I am thrilled about this matchup here. We have India and Catalonia. There should be some fireworks here today, Tommy. Both of these teams have a lot of incentive to get to the championship.
Well, speaking of fireworks, they will be coming through the fireworks when they come on, and we'll see that in a moment here. But we might be showing some of the highlights from the two teams. But it's really interesting. Aren't these the two of the newest additions, in a way, to the Fireball family? The India, we were talking about them before. They started 6 months ago. They were training 6 days a week.
Yep.
They had to travel at least 2 hours to get to where they were training.
Just to training. That's in their home village. So 2 hours in your home village shows daily commitment from this team.
And don't forget, not too long ago, they suffered a major flooding in that area.
The footage of that was absolutely devastating. The roads were unable to succumb to the weight of the water, and it took out major infrastructure for the roadways there in the village. So there was additional efforts that had to be made in order to reach the practice facilities.
Well, I think right now we're seeing some of the highlights from the games from yesterday.
Yes.
That was a nice pass, by the way.
Hey, well, I'll take my credit where it's due, but we could have used a couple more of those.
So going back to India, with what had happened to them, and here we see a little bit of their highlights.
Yep.
They had to change some of their practice hours because of what happened with the flooding. And they decided to practice longer hours, and they needed, but it was dark.
Yeah.
So they needed lights. So they actually wired some lamps and a couple other things inside the gym.
Fog lights, inside, I know that it is an outside facility that they have been using primarily, and that just shows the creativity that the teams that are coming to participate in this challenge go to the great lengths in order to be able to prepare themselves to, be in the best position to win this challenge.
And to that, it's also interesting. Yesterday during the commentaries, Nicola was up here with me. We were talking about how you can play. She was displaying to me how you can play this anywhere. I mean, people play it on the beach, on the grass, on a court, and that's the beauty of the Fireball. It doesn't take you much to get this thing going if you want. I mean, and that was what was happening with India and other countries.
Well, I'll speak from firsthand experience here, Tommy. I have played on just about every surface that you can feasibly conceive throughout Mexico and United States primarily, obviously having a couple of opportunities to play here in Italy as well. I am very pleased with our partner waterproofing in order to have this wonderful court here today. But I've played on sand, I've played on grass, I've played on dirt, concrete patches that are shaped as basketball courts, but don't necessarily do any favors to the knees. So for us to be able to have this surface prepared for the teams today is phenomenal, but the sand in particular creates a unique challenge. And so prepare all of you all out there, if you like the extreme part of the game more so, to expect the usage of different surfaces in order to be able to increase that challenge. Beach is fun, but it's different.
Well, in the past, as being a younger person,
sure,
I played, obviously, I played soccer and football, the various types of surfaces, the AstroTurf and the grass. But I did try my hands at beach volley. And I said, I play basketball and that kind of stuff. And I realized that the sand is not exactly the same thing when you're running on that. You can really feel it.
Yep.
And so a lot of respect for having played this game there, because the beauty about this game is that there's no stopping.
Right.
So you're constantly in motion, and your knees are running around.
Absolutely.
Oh, here we go. I think we're actually going to be showing some highlights to everybody from yesterday, from India's games, and we will show also some Catalunya games.
Yep.
So.
Listen, right here we have a great continuation straight off of the inbound, which, as many of you have seen throughout this weekend, most critical part of the game is making sure that you successfully get it in bounds, but let alone get it in bounds, but also in a transition to be able to capitalize on a successful inbounds. Here we have a great deflection from India on the inbounds from Italy, where you saw that they had a successful back and forth at least 3 times with the captain and the initial inbounder. There's a tendency to get stuck right with that first person that you connect with that is backing yourselves into a corner with the captain's lane once that becomes available to all the players. So I look for both of these teams to be able to not only get it in successfully, but to be able to reverse the ball into the middle of the court and capitalize on additional space and spread everybody out.
And this is interesting because this is the game that Spain played against India, and
it's a great steal right there.
It was an incredible steal, and I was amazed that, you know, at first we were looking at the scores, how low India was, and it was below 0, because you can go below 0, and all of a sudden they started coming back, and they were starting to, you know, get Spain a little bit concerned and worried about where it was going to go, because they made an incredible comeback. It's just that was an interception.
I was going to say, let's hope that we can learn from the mistakes that were shown yesterday, as Team India just committed a very unfortunate turnover there, which led to quite a few passes completed for Team Spain. That, I believe, was the catalyst of that game yesterday, Tommy, because India, you're right, had gotten into a hole, negative, and still in a hole once they reached back into positive. But they had an opportunity to win this game, and that giveaway was really the nail in the coffin for that game. And so hopefully we can limit the turnovers today.
Well, again, a young team learning, but they were learning quick and good.
Hey, they're patronizing me a little bit. They know I'm up here, so they showed a couple of my highlights yesterday. I appreciate everybody in the booth for that.
They want to make sure that you're okay.
No, well, you know, this game is about making sure you're very familiar with the rules and the infrastructure of the tournament. And so while we did get the win against Catalunya yesterday by a very decisive margin, it was not enough for the impact of the game against Mexico afterwards for us to be in their position today as well. And so I am wishing my absolute best to both of these teams today to put on a great show for all of you watching at home. And we're going to have a lot of fun up here today. And that's the type of energy that we like to see both in the stadium, on the bench, in the game, and in your living rooms. Coming to you live very shortly.
So while we were looking at the highlights, I saw a gesture from 2 players, an American player and a Spanish player, I think, or the Catalonian player, sorry, where there had been a little, they slammed into each other. It was not done on purpose. It's part of the game.
Right.
But what was pretty is that they helped each other up.
Yep.
And gave hands to each other, shook hands, and moved on.
Yep.
And the fair play is very important, and I hope that we continue seeing that today.
Yes.
It was also, for me, I commented upon this yesterday during the games, but I gotta say for today, because it happened after we went off the air, when we were having dinner, I saw everybody out there and still talking. You know, some people are not as happy because of the results, but which can happen. But still, they were happy to be together with everybody else.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
It's coming together and the friendship, the family, the positiveness. And I keep on using this word, but I think it's very important. This game is teaching people and is showing people what respect is all about.
Yeah, well, you know, 2 of the major pillars of Fireball Extreme Challenge are unity and community. You can't have community without unity, and that has been shown throughout the off-the-court experiences between all of the teams here. For those of you at home, the teams are eating together. They are resting up. They are relaxing. They are engaging in off-court games and other forms of entertainment, and you see the love symbols from Team Mexico. there's been a lot of that shown, a lot of camaraderie, a lot of singing, dancing, cheering each other on, and show what the culture that the teams from each country bring to the table. And you're right, Tommy, we saw quite a few fouls committed by Catalonia yesterday in their game against Mexico, which obviously led to, and here comes Team India. We'll get back to that point in 1 second. Tommy, it is very telling for me as a team, the entrance, the love, the feel of the court that Team India shows to prepare themselves and become one with the playing surface, and I love and respect that tremendously. I feel like that's going to be something that sets Team India apart as they continue through the rest of the challenge.
Actually, I think they're also the youngest team age-wise. They have one of the youngest players in the league.
I do believe you are correct in that statement. I feel like they have a great balance between some more, I'll say, mature players, as all of them are new. As we welcome in Team Catalonia in yellow.
And we can see the determination on the faces of both teams. You know, they're ready to come out there and play. You know, you train a lot for these moments.
Absolutely. Tommy, I feel like we had a conversation not too long ago that was very pertinent information for everybody at home to know. At this current time, Fireball Extreme Challenge is primarily an amateur sport. None of these athletes are professional fireball players. Some of them have hailed professionally from other sports disciplines. On Team India alone, we have some professional handball and professional basketball players in their own country. And we will touch on that throughout the broadcast as we begin the anthems of both teams.
And the first anthem would be India as the home team?
That is correct.
And I hope I got that right. And it sure is India. And now for the national anthem for Catalonia. We've heard the two national anthems, and we're just about ready to get going here with the first of the semifinals for the day.
Yes, as we get a very quick look at Team Spain, who is cheering on their country mates in Catalonia and preparing for their game here directly after this one. Tommy, I feel like it is going to be very important to see how Team Catalonia in particular comes out to begin this game. One thing that has remained consistent with Team India throughout the tournament is the energy that they bring immediately into the game and the groundedness they show, the poise as they begin the game. But also for Team Catalonia, we saw quite a few fouls, which are not acceptable in the game. Obviously, involuntary fouls can happen at any moment. This is an extreme challenge, and it is a very fast-paced game. So accidental bumping, potential swipes at balls, etc., can lead to excessive contact. However, on a consistent basis, this was happening with Team Catalonia yesterday, which resulted in them playing down for quite some possessions, one or two men or women to Team Mexico, and that resulted in quite a few points scored by Team Mexico as they were at an advantage.
I did see that. And what gets me curious now, do the points that they had that brought them to this position, do the points go back to 0 now, or?
It's single elimination at this point, Tommy. So we are in the thick of things. Whatever happened yesterday no longer matters. It resulted in you all getting to be here today, but quite frankly, nobody cares. You know, it's what do you do this morning? How do you feel this morning? What type of energy do you bring this morning? And I think it's going to be very telling very quickly.
Well, the difference between yesterday and today is that yesterday there was 12 rounds of lane captain.
Correct.
And today it's going to be 10 rounds, 10 rounds, and 10 rounds.
Correct.
So there's been the semifinals are longer than the playoff games.
Correct.
And so we'll see some more activity. And interesting enough, as I said, this is a sport you can't stop.
Correct.
So they're going to be moving around for close to 2 hours, or how long it takes them.
Very close to it, and I think there's going to be a lot more strategy that the viewers at home will get to witness out of both of these teams in particular, mostly because now, Tommy, we have more timeouts to utilize given the fact that there's more game to be played, but also with the increase in possessions, we should see a much higher score, and the fact that they're broken down the way that they are, as we start to see a run immediately from Team India, and this is the type of energy that we were talking about. With a quick 9-point strike from Team India, excuse me, we are backing it down to 7. But either way, that was a wonderful turn of the court right after a successful inbound.
That was a sudden burst.
It was a sudden burst, and this is the type of thing that I'm talking about that can really dictate the pace of the game. But Tommy, we have a triply length game today with switches in the possessions, in between the possessions, unlike yesterday, where it was a straight through for one team and then a switch. We will see what coach brings at those turnovers to make adjustments each time they get the ball or each time they return to attacking.
If I'm not mistaken, the coach for Catalonia used to be the coach for Spain.
That is correct, and he was actually the same coach that won the first international championship of Fireball Extreme Challenge in 2018. And so
he brings some legacy and history and a lot of knowledge of the game to the team.
Absolutely. But at one point to note, as a player, I've been playing for 6 going on 7 years now, and while I was 1 year behind him coming in and winning that championship, the game has changed tremendously since that championship was won. The pace has significantly increased. The speed of which the players move the ball and incorporate their teammates, as we see a successful inbounds that leads to only one successful pass from Team India. Hopefully we can get a couple more consecutive possessions like they just had on the previous one. But the game has changed in pace and general flow. tremendously since that championship was won, and so hopefully
now,
we can see
if
some
I understand this correctly, the lane captain right now, this is a 4th possession for them.
Correct, yes.
4th of 10.
Correct. And so each of the players that are slotted in this first grouping will have 2 serves. So for those of you watching at home that saw any repeat possessions, as we begin to have an extended run by Team India, oh my goodness, that was a dangerous pass there at the end of that flow, but we did have a 7-point strike. So hopefully we can continue to see more runs like that and also be able to end that possession with more decisiveness.
Again, unfortunately, you know, from the outsider's point of view, the person who doesn't play the game, what I do see in strategy is you want to try to avoid finding yourself in the corners.
Absolutely.
So you want to maintain a player open enough in the field somehow or another for your own strategy to get that ball so you can get the quick breaks to the left or to the right.
Absolutely.
So
we have a lane violation.
Yeah, lane violation. So the difference between the 2 lanes, there's the neutral lane, and then there's the captain's lane. If you invade the neutral lane, the yellow line, that's a -2 points.
Correct.
If you come into the red lane, and there it is, you see the toe tip.
It's a violation on number 24 of Catalunya. That'll be a -2 points for Catalunya and a repeat of ball possession.
And exactly, so the possession becomes like a 5th possession. Part 2.
Right, exactly, exactly.
But if you have a red lane invasion, that is 10 points.
That's 10 points, yes.
And I remember that happened yesterday.
I'm very proud for causing one of those, Tommy. I might say that.
Actually, that was an interesting strategy because it was like I was watching from up here and I saw you moving along, and part of that strategy also had to do with what happened earlier in the day when Italy started playing the first game. Without the experience. In fact, the Italian captain then the Italian trainer did talk about the lack of experience.
Sure.
They were used to running up and down right on the line. So not only were they running on the line, they were also invading their own line, going out of bounds because of that. Whereas when you guys came into play, I saw how you were standing farther back from the line. But as in, you know, like in football, you do the count and you do the off count to throw the defensive line off. It was something similar. That's what I saw. And it was really nice because 10 points is a lot of points.
10 points is a lot of points. It's also a momentum shifter. And, you know, hopefully next time I get that opportunity, we'll be able to capitalize on it more. But it's also reading your personnel. One, in the person guarding you out of bounds immediately, but also who's running with me. And I had a veteran running with me as well who was positioning himself well to potentially receive the ball, but also to be able to know that there's the threat of receiving the ball, as we see an almost tightrope completion there on the line for number 1, which is lost out of bounds, unfortunately.
I'm starting to catch on the difference in the lineup because the first 2 lineups were the teams were lined up side by side, and now I've seen them line up, not even lining up, spreading out the whole field, trying to open it up, and then the quick breaks.
Yes. You know,
the bursts of energy, the speed, the changeover.
Well, one thing that there is to note here, Tommy, is that as we see the lineups here, and it's going to be interesting to see who crosses. You were mentioning people running very close to the line. Yes, it makes sense to make yourself as available as we get a 2-second violation for too long of a hold on number 6 of India. There is an issue with, and I'm at fault of this as well, making yourself available to your team that is taking the ball out and running as hard as you can to leave your mark.
There was just a substitution.
Yes.
And this time they called it because I remember yesterday they did a substitution and they lost some points because they did a substitution without notifying, which comes from lack of experience and also being on that international stage. You have that experience. You're not going to make that kind of mistake.
Absolutely.
And I don't think they're going to make them today.
I don't think they're going to make them today, Tommy. I know that the coach of India has had a lot of experience in his personal competitions playing in international games, and so he's a quick study. And then we have a steal from Team Catalunya, and let's see if they're going to capitalize. We have a threesome in the corner. Get away from the sideline. But that is a momentum shift right there for Catalunya to get out of their initial hole and see a positive number on their side prior to possession.
And we were talking about this yesterday, and we were talking about this in the past when we were talking about the game in general, how it doesn't take much to switch that momentum. It can be so swift, and Swift and switching can be difficult words, but they did that out there.
Absolutely, and you know, it's a tongue twister, Tommy, and quite frankly, so is a switch, because when you're on your designated attacking or defensive sides, you know where to be. It's kind of like an interception in American football, where it is a full-on scramble drill for offense to turn into defense, and then to be able to guard and know that you have had to completely switch your assignment. And it's a great deflection from number 5 on Catalunya. That had a lot of potential in that possession, Tommy, and they could have gone on a significant run.
Unfortunately, it's a lot easier for us from the booth to be sideline coaches, because we can see an open field a lot better than they can, because we're not so involved on the speed that you see down there, because as I'm watching them, they're moving so fast, and they're keeping their eyes all over the place and making sure. So a lot of respect for those young people out there running around and playing, because you know, what would we say, the State's Monday morning quarterback?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, I've certainly had my share as a Washington Commanders fan. We've had a lot of recent success, but that is a new feeling. Another interception by Catalunya, number 13. And they're another interception back by Team India.
That broke up that series of interception, but still, look at the score. It's already 35-8.
Yes. Well,
34. They've taken one back for the point that was passed back.
For the deflection, yes, that wasn't a completed pass, but it was.
That could have been dangerous also for Catalunya, because they were all on one side, and they could have opened it up big time.
It could have been a lot of points scored if the floor had been able to be flipped. And so, but that is a major momentum shifter as Catalunya begins their first ball possession.
This is the first, again, of 10.
Correct.
Now, I keep on repeating this because I've heard people ask me, and you know, I've heard people talking, and they said, well, how exactly are the rules? Now, the rules, there's 5 basic rules. The most important one is you got to pass that ball to get a point.
Correct.
Followed by 2 seconds, unless you do self-pass, because you lift it up in the air.
And auto-pass, Tommy. Auto-pass for those watching at home and future Fireball players. And auto-pass is an integral part of the game to be able to get yourself some more time to hold the ball and find an open teammate, or to maneuver yourselves into an open area.
And here, Catalunya is breaking out. Now, we saw...
And look at the energy.
Team India, she put her arm in between the other arms. Now, you can touch the forearm with an open hand.
Correct.
It's not considered a foul. Like in basketball, you go up for a layup, they touch your arm, it's a foul. Correct. Here, it's not a foul.
Yes.
If you go with a fist, it becomes a foul.
Absolutely. As well as if it's above the head.
The elbow, it becomes a foul. But it's the way to intercept. So she really put her arm in there to try to get that ball out of there.
Yeah, no, that was crucial, and I'm glad that the refs also took note that that was a clean prevention of the continuation of that possession, as she did not.
And in just a few seconds, 35-14. So, you know, the change possession is very important here.
Now, one thing I'm not seeing, Tommy, is once the 5-second countdown to begin the possession has ended, teams have 30 seconds to get it in, and that can be used as a strategy in order to spread the teams out, tire out the team members in order to get their wind, and then set up a cut in order to get open.
Did they call a foul on?
They didn't call a foul, Tommy, but something that I found interesting is this is the same player as yesterday who was excessively tying his shoe.
Number 10 for India?
No.
Oh, sorry. Oh, a player on the... That's right.
So are we starting to see a little bit of strategy in finding opportunities in pockets for wind? I'm sure that'll be addressed here shortly, Tommy. I mean, that is a momentum shifter right there in an excessive shoe tie.
3, 2, 1, 0.
So India is actually doing a pretty good job of preventing Catalunya breakout.
Absolutely, and that was a very risky pass, but it is paying off for Team Catalunya. Not quite as much, though. As we see, their long passes can be high risk, high reward, and that was, quite frankly, a high risk, medium reward, Tommy, because we got about 5 points out of that, and it was very close to being intercepted.
Are they calling a foul on the player? No, I don't think they called a foul on her.
I don't believe so. I think it was a successful deflection leading to a slight collision, but
again, I liked
fair.
watching the player from India going and apologizing to the other player. That's part of the sportsmanship.
It's part of the sportsmanship, absolutely, Tommy, but also India has exuded such grace in how they've conducted themselves, and that just goes to show that they know exactly what it means to play Fireball Extreme Challenge.
And again, 35-26.
Well, what did I say before we got started, Tommy? It's going to be a show today. It's going to be fireworks, and I expect a tight matchup. So being able to keep pace in this first match within the full game is going to be critical for both teams. So it'll be interesting to see who ends this first one up and by how much.
So Catalonia called for a changed player. So, and I think India did too. A bit of a breather. That's the only moment you can actually sit down and take a breath and get ready to go back out there.
Absolutely. Well, throughout the day, I expect that the coaches will recognize that they have 6 timeouts to use throughout the day, depending on how many games they ultimately play. You know, it's interesting because 15 seconds doesn't necessarily sound like a lot in day-to-day life, but in Fireball Extreme Challenge, 15 seconds is a nice little breather as you're exchanging and substituting players. So I expect that that will be used to both teams' advantages throughout the day.
So we saw that the coach was talking towards the referee, was saying something, and to also the players. Important note, players are not allowed to talk to the refs.
That is correct. And I expect, while we did see some vocal infractions, players do get an initial warning by the ref that they are talking to not to do so anymore. And so I expect that as we begin an exchange, and once again we see high risk, low reward on behalf of Catalonia, but it was very exciting, and it was a well-placed ball that I believe should have been caught and led to many more points.
So India's changing another player, and Catalonia will still be coming up to the captain's lane.
Correct.
And it is the 5th ball possession.
Correct.
5th of 10, so we're halfway through this portion of the game.
3, 2, 1.
After the countdown, there's 30 seconds to put the ball back in place. So you have an initial 5 seconds to sort of like look around, and here we go. They breaking out again.
It was a great auto pass and a great save off the back.
And it was broken up by India.
Point to note here, Tommy, for those of us watching at home, an auto pass is just the ball leaving connection with the player of possession's body. Auto passes do not need to be thrown high into the air. They just need to be disconnected. And so right there we saw an auto pass that went relatively high above the player's head, and it was difficult to handle. So let's see if we can get an adjustment from both teams after seeing that. That was a great auto pass. That was another great auto pass, and it has led to a complete court switch.
And just like that,
we are tied, Tommy. Just like that. As I mentioned, an auto pass can lead to a significant separation from the team members to be able to open up the floor. And that was an incredible job there by Catalonia to not only have a successful inbounds, complete a couple of initial passes, but to make almost like a banana curl auto pass back into the middle of the court in order to be able to have the vision to flip the field. And so that led to some successful passes on the other end from where it started. And that's what it's all about. So as they continue the flow of the game, I feel like we'll see many more of those, and the capitalization on those opportunities will increase.
I'm just impressed. I think Catalonia is doing a pretty good job with their team of opening up. They have a little bit more experience than India.
Yes.
In this aspect.
Yeah, and as you say that, Tommy, experience does not prevent a close encounter. And so right there we saw a captain to first possession, back to captain exchange, which when you're in such tight quarters, even though the captain's lane becomes fair ground within the court once the ball is inbounded, there's still the pressure of the back line and how close are you to being out of bounds. So the quicker that you can get away from that and use the middle of the court leads itself to being able to be much more successful.
So there was a 2-point violation against India, I take it.
I think that was a missed call. I think it was just an ending of the possession. Actually, no, Tommy, it was an infraction by Catalunya. No, I was correct, Tommy. It was an infraction. That was a missed call by the refs on that one. The ball had been inbounded, so the neutral lane was not invaded.
So Catalunya just got called for a more than 2-second possession. So they get penalized 2 points.
Yes.
So we still have a close game, obviously 35-38 for Catalunya at this point. There's 3-point advantage. But now this is the 9th put in play for Catalunya.
Correct.
So they have one more after this. So they, in their, we'll see where it goes to the points they racked up, as to say. In the 10 attempts, India got 35. Catalunya, we'll see. But then I think India has another 10 afterwards, and then Catalunya will have another 10, so it'll go on like this for a little while.
Yes,
oh, this
absolutely.
is interesting. The circle play to break out.
You know, Tommy, we've done this many times in practice just for being able to simulate uncertainty of where and who is going to be where and available. This is my first time seeing it implemented into an inbounds, and so it did create some confusion there attackingly for Team India, and it resulted in several successful completed passes by Catalunya. And that was a great use of the auto pass there by number 74 to avoid going completely in the direction of the out of bounds line. As we say in basketball, the out of bounds line, depending on where you are, can be the 6th defender. And so that remains the same here in Fireball as well. And you don't want to give the other team an 8th defender by forcing yourself into the corner. We have a foul on number 11 on India, and that will result in a repeat of that last possession, Tommy. And this could be a huge.
It could be something very huge because it gives them a double chance here. And they have the same play for the breakout.
Let's see what the communication from Catalunya looks like here, because the breakout is, oh my goodness, it has caused a lot of separation for number 13. That was a great drop-off pass, and they are capitalizing in the corner. Catalunya puts up a floater, and it is switched of court. Here comes 74 and number 8 with a slight grab, but that turns into a turnover. And thankfully, the refs have stopped this play because 2 players, one from Catalunya and one from India, resulted on falling onto the floor, which could have been catastrophic. But as we see that we have stopped the play, and let's see where the fouls result. As we see a slight grab here from Team India to break this up, I believe it'll be a foul on India and a repeat of the possession for Catalunya.
Did they call a foul?
They did, and we are going to have a repeat of the previous possession by Catalunya. However, the points of the last possession will stand. And so this is
a lot of points.
This is a tremendous momentum shift. And if you all can hear, the energy in the stadium has significantly increased. And the energy is really on behalf of the benefit of Catalunya. So let's see if they can continue to capitalize. As a long court switch.
They're covering the court.
They're covering the court. They are using auto passes. Oh my goodness. He tried to throw some spice into that, and it didn't work, but he's still getting the dab from the team. The 10-point conversion there for Catalunya to capitalize on their additional possession there because of the foul.
64-37. This is the last. Lane change or lane captain possession. Right.
I have to give 74 some props here for this behind-the-back attempt at giving a chance to the team to get a completion here. He recognized he had already used the auto pass, and if you double auto pass, it essentially is the same as a 2-second violation. So you will be penalized, and the possession will be over. Another breakout for Team Catalunya. They are back onto their side of the court, and a deflection, but it is still completed by Catalunya. The height is serving Catalunya very well here, playing the high game against India.
So
we have a 40-point separation here, Tommy, going into the next game. And as I said, this first game, this first match within the game will really dictate what the pace is going to look like here for the next few games. Yep. So it's going to be very interesting to see what the adjustments made by the coaching staff of Team India is going to be in order to start presenting this.
So now Team India comes up to play again, and they have to. There's a moment of timeout between for the switch over, and just like that, we went from 35 to
38. It was almost looking like it was going to be a very tight end of the match here, and the
last two
are very telling.
Yeah,
a turnover, a foul. These are things that are unexpected, and they can immediately cause a 40-point gap.
In fact, that's the other part that's so amazing about this game.
Yeah.
Things can change real quick.
Immediately. And I also would implore that everybody rooting for Team India not get discouraged, because as you just saw, Catalunya put up 76 in their first possessions. India can do just the same. And so I expect them to come out of this timeout with adjustments, with energy, with passion, and with a decisiveness to not only score a lot of points in this possession, but also to learn from the mistakes that they saw or the successes that Catalunya had and try and limit those in the next match.
I'd like to add, let's see endurance here, because India plays 2,200 meters in height, so I think they do have the endurance, although they did travel 45 hours to get here, which can be very tiring.
They sure did, and I applaud them for the energy that they've shown each and every day, regardless of the activities.
Has really opened up the last few plays. They opened up the field big time.
They opened up the field.
Passes were just incredible. They were really moving that ball fast.
I have to applaud the touch also, Tommy. When you're going high and you're going long, it's very easy for there to be too much mustard on the passes, and they were able to keep the touch and the finesse on those passes to capitalize on the high ball and to leave your mark. And
I remember one pass yesterday morning on the Italian team, basically was a touchdown pass, because it went. It was a long throw. It was a good idea, and it was one of the first times that I saw them trying to open up the field that way. And here I saw it a couple times, and it was very successful.
Well, quite frankly, Tommy, I don't know if I witnessed that firsthand. And we have a very close call on a neutral lane infraction on Team India. I applaud the balance there in order to be able to stay out of the lane and save their team 2 points and the possession. Here we go. We have a successful inbound, and we have about 3 completed passes. If Team India wants to narrow this gap, they're going to need to be able to capitalize on that more. But back to that long ball from Italy yesterday, Tommy, I witnessed that firsthand, and I don't know that that was strategy or that was fluster, because quite frankly, I didn't see anybody that it was going to, Tommy. It might have been a situation that we just had to get rid of it without holding on to it for 2 seconds. And
you're better off throwing it that way than
throwing it that way than up in the air for a turnover.
So this is India's second possession right now.
It is. And we have a successful inbound, but we have a lot of close quarters here. Tommy.
I hope everybody's okay.
Tommy, right there was a perfect example of too much of a good thing might not always be a good thing. And right there, we had a couple of back and forth successful exchanges by the captain and the initial inbound receiver. At some point, Tommy, you have to recognize that it can be fool's gold to get those first 3 completions without immediately turning to the rest of the open court. That is a very unfortunate mishap there, Tommy, but I know that this will be a point of conversion for Team India to be able to come together and communicate better to be able to have that successful inbounds play.
So this is the 3rd inbound for India.
Yeah.
The 3rd of 10, sorry. 7 to go.
Yes.
You can see I'm a liberal arts major. My numbers don't work all right.
That's okay, Tommy. I'm sure as people at home are learning, they knew what you meant.
Trying to see how she's going to break out, so she has to wait a moment. Flag comes down, then the 5-second start.
Yes.
As the 5 seconds run down, you have those 30 seconds to put the ball in play. You're hoping to find somebody. There's a lane violation against India.
Tommy, as we mentioned at the very beginning of the broadcast, mental mistakes can amount to a significant deficit. We are now seeing a deduction of points here for this infraction, which is unfortunate, but more unfortunately than that, the loss of the possession here for Team India, and so they're going to have to work extra hard now to capitalize on the remaining ones for this match to make up for that infraction.
So they're going to start spreading out the court.
We have a slight technical timeout for injury here on the court. We have a phenomenal medical staff here on site, and so I want to give them a shout out and many thanks for their ever-presence and their knowledge and accessibility to make sure that all of the athletes here at Fireball Extreme Challenge are well taken care of.
So one of the players of India, I can see them working on her ankle. You know, sometimes these things can happen, especially on a court where you have to change directions real rapidly.
Yes.
Those quick movements can cause problems at times.
Yes.
I remember in basketball, that's one of the things that said, wear those high tops and tie it around your ankle.
Yep.
Though, I got to admit, I think, wasn't it Larry Bird always wore lower shoes? He never wore high tops.
Unfortunately, Tommy, I couldn't tell you, but
I just got told that I'm very old.
Well, I wasn't going to be the one to say that, Tommy, and
it's okay.
You are appropriately aged, and we appreciate your wisdom and the knowledge that you bring to the younger generation about a lot of the legends and the greats. I can't quote what type of shoes that Larry Bird was wearing, but I will say a very popular shoe in basketball now is the Kobe Bryant shoes, and those are all low tops, and they are very, very, very well reviewed by players from all the way up to the NBA down to the amateur leagues and the kids and all of that.
Well,
so
you got to admit that over the past 40 years or so, the shoes have improved so much
significantly.
Also for the health and welfare of the athletes.
Yes.
And the feet are so important. There's such a connection about migraines to the feet, and if you're reading about this, you see all these little uncomfortable situations can be caused by feet.
Yeah.
So the shoe is very important for an athlete.
Well, shoe is very important. The sock is very important. The recovery of the feet is very important. And I'll make a note here, Tommy. I feel like the feet, specifically the feet, are an undervalued part of the body to the game. But you're on your feet all the time. And we just witnessed one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, in Joe Burrow, with a team full of weapons, out for the majority of the season due to a turf toe. And that has cost their team significant positioning, and they're going to be in an absolute battle in order to make the playoffs. But what can sound like such a insignificant name for an injury can linger and cause future problems. So I'm very glad to see the quick attention made for that player's injury, and we will hope to see her back on the court here very shortly.
Well, we're talking about athletes and how important shoes are. There's one athlete that shoes were not important for. That was an Ethiopian athlete in 1960 Olympics in Rome.
Yep.
Abebe Bikila ran the marathon barefoot.
You know, I'm sure he amounted that to, pun intended right there. Yes, 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 yes. I'm sure that made them very grounded, being one with the surface. And we have an involuntary fall to the ground by Team Catalunya, which led itself to significant potential as they were out of the game.
Right, and then they could have moved a little bit further up. They called a foul?
No, they did not.
No, they called a substitution then. Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's going to be very interesting here, Tommy, for the separation. And they didn't even have to. I was wondering if, oh my goodness.
That's one thing you don't want to do, is try to pass the ball in
risky.
traffic, as they say.
Not only traffic, Tommy, but I haven't seen a sport where a jump pass behind you, across your body, leads to anything good. And so we see a jump, we see a backwards pass, we see across the body.
And 3 yellow jerseys close by.
3 yellow jerseys close by. And it is very fortunate for India that number 14 did not successfully intercept that. Could have been absolutely detrimental.
And see, you can put experiences from various sports into what you see, because when we talk about football just now, and sometimes you see a quarterback scrambling and decides to throw the ball, and it's the biggest mistake they can make because they throw it in the middle of traffic. So we have probably a lane violation here?
No. I'm curious as to what the call here is. It might have just been an end of possession whistle. But, Tommy, I'd be remiss not to mention once again, ball was passed before the 5 seconds, Tommy. Players have 30 seconds after the 5-second clock is finished in order to inbound. And so it is, I mean, just
that's how you burn a ball possession, right?
Unbelievable to not utilize more of the possession of the 30 seconds prior to inbounding. That gives your team a chance to really create positioning and get open, but it also prevents mistakes like that.
0.
As we see, they have learned from that mistake. Okay, a good turn. Once again, Tommy, we found Team India located in the corner with that 8th defender lingering, and it led to an incompletion.
So they've had a bit of a difficulty on these possessions. They're going into the 9th possession right now, and they have not accumulated that many points. So it's been a bit difficult, and Catalunya is playing a very strong defensive game.
They are. The length of Catalunya is really showing itself as a beneficiary for Team Catalunya. As you see, we have a height mismatch on the inbounds. I'm going to be very curious to see how successfully this ball is inbounded and where it goes. It was inbounded very successfully, but we found the 8th defender again. A 2-second call on number 11 of India.
So they going into, I think, their last possession. So India changed players.
Despite the last ball possession.
That's the last ball possession. But it's the same.
No, this is the last one right here. Each player serves twice in a row for this format. He needs to pick it up as a captain. The walking is going to potentially get flagged. Use this time, get a successful inbound. There we go, there's one. Here's another one. We're starting a little bit of a run. Let's see what happens. Interception again by Catalunya, and they have quickly flipped the field. The length of Catalunya is presenting India with lots of problems right now.
Definitely. That interception again came, Catalunya has tall players.
Yes.
And that interception came because of the crossover pass.
Yes. Well, Tommy, India came into this possession in quite the hole, and they did not close the gap very much.
No, they didn't capitalize on what they could have, and right now they find themselves down nearly 30 points. It's 81-52 for Catalunya.
It is going to be very curious if they are going to exude some additional energy here on defense to hopefully cause some turnovers of their own, close this gap. It looks like the player who was previously experiencing ankle pain has been taped up and is entered back into the game. We applaud her for her strength and stick-to-itiveness. Let's see if she can make an immediate impact.
So the Catalunya is now coming up. This is their second possession of the game, the second of the 10 possessions of the game.
Correct. And
so this will be telling, I think.
It will, and Catalunya has really capitalized on the turnovers that they have caused, which is lending themselves to a lot of opportunity to play at their pace for the rest of this game. There's a very, great save. A turnover by India right on time. Let's see who's going to come up with it. And India still has the ball. We are turning the floor. India is finding open space and racking up points. This is exactly what India needed. Back to India. Let's see if we get another court turn.
This gets even more
India gets back into the game with a quick turnover.
That was
right on cue.
That was incredible. There was a turnover, bounced back, turned back over. The ball went back out. India broke out that field, and just like that, we go back to what we're saying. India gets 10 points back.
India, the energy is back on your side, and it is getting loud in here again. Tommy, this is the environment that we love to see at Fireball Extreme Challenge. And as everybody at home can experience, I just got a shot of adrenaline there, like I was getting ready to hop into that as well.
I couldn't say a word because I was just thrilled and excited about what I was seeing going on, because it's just fun. Again.
Well, let's see if that translates, because, Tommy, that was my point in the flip over here, was what kind of energy was India going to bring as the attacking team without the ball. Let's see if they can get another one. Great swipe from India. They are starting off strong for this attacking possession.
So now it's 85-64. Still a lot of points and a lot of time left on the clock.
A lot of time left on the clock, and if we can get another turnover, Tommy, we can get a gap switch real quick. So I am going to want to see from Catalunya to not get rattled based off of that turnover and get back to playing their game. Let's settle things down here and get some successful inbounds.
So it's also interesting to see the how India just got psyched right now and trying to get into there and let's go. If it sounds like we're rooting for India, we're not. We're rooting for the game.
We're rooting for the game.
Both teams. But it just gets so exciting to see, their own energy comes to us. And we want to transmit that energy to you, because it is an incredible game. And now we see how Catalunya is setting up and moving real quick again to start.
Successful inbounds. Oh!
That was a foul, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for India, that energy has resulted in a foul.
So Catalunya will get the ball back, and it'll be another inbound.
But as you see still, the sportsmanship shown here by Team India to go over to the team member of Catalunya, number 4, to be able to.
I don't see any what I would call mean fouls.
Not at all. I don't think anything has any malice on it, Tommy. Exactly. There are no intentional fouls being shown in this game. It's just all-out play, all-out effort for Team India to pursue the ball, and these things happen. We have technical difficulties on behalf of the left lane judge here.
Something happened which shouldn't have happened.
Well, we're going to get an explanation here in a second, Tommy, but it was very emphatic from the left lane judge here, where he waved his flag so hard that it came off of the stick.
Catalunya was pushing off a player, so they called him. So it's a first foul for Catalunya. That doesn't help.
It's a loss of possession here, Tommy, but it is not a loss of points. So we will see a continuation here. We see number 24 as an inbounder for Catalunya. Hopefully he stops juggling the ball here soon.
So the foul called had been pushing, so somebody pushed off somebody else.
Correct, but for those of us at home, the same rules apply for the captain inbounding the ball as they do for players in the field. One auto pass only per possession. So if there is a juggle while in the captain's lane, you are not absolved of having to be called for a 2-second or a double auto pass. And so that could have been an end of a possession before it even started, which ultimately it essentially was after only one complete pass.
So they basically off this play here, they got 1 point.
Correct.
So we're at 88-64. And I think for Catalunya, this will be their, yes, it's their fifth possession.
Yep. I will say, though, Tommy, that foul just most recently might serve Catalunya very well to be able to level out the emotions of both teams right now and not let the energy that major steal possession for India had caused. Here's a very successful inbounds, a great weave by number 13 to be able to make himself available to his teammate. Once again, we see fool's gold, though, Tommy, with the inbounder to the initial reception. We saw 4 completed passes to increase Catalunya's score to 92, but the center of the court was becoming open and it could have been flipped.
But that was a good intervention on behalf of the player. And
yes.
Now, we haven't mentioned this because we keep on talking about the players, but it's important to note that this is a mixed sport.
Yeah.
And so you have either 4 men and 3 women or 4 women and 3 men on the court at all times.
Yeah.
And with the equality that goes in it, the play, everybody counts the same.
Exactly.
Everybody has the same opportunities and moving that ball around. So as we were talking yesterday about gender equality, and I think it's just a great concept here.
It was a great inbound. Let's see if they can capitalize again. Another high pass, and here we go. The court has once again been flipped for Catalunya. They are starting to rack up some significant points here, Tommy. They're all alone in this end of the court. But we see another 10-plus point increase here by Catalunya. That was an incredible double up and back for the court flip.
That was basically, I think, 12 successful passes right there.
It was 12 successful passes, Tommy, and I have to applaud them for not only 1 court flip, but 2 court flips. I'm coining that term as we're getting started here in the broadcasting booth, Tommy.
I'll put that down as a trademark.
It's a court flip. And quite frankly, Tommy, you saw the separation. There was no India defenders to be found on the second court flip, and which led to so many successes.
They had moved everybody over so smartly over on one side that they could open up the rest of the field.
Absolutely. And once that separation has been caused, there is a scramble, and it's hard to be able to recover. A great swipe through, and once again, Catalunya has flipped the court. Once, twice. Here we go.
Back and
number
forth.
14 over to number 10.
And
successfully caught again and tipped out of bounds after a pass from number 8. Run. It was. And Tommy, the points are mounting for Catalunya very quickly. This is showcasing that not only are they working very well together, but they are playing to their strengths and they are doing it effectively. So I think Catalunya has learned a lot from yesterday's experience, and it is showing some of the best of what Fireball Extreme Challenge has to offer.
Definitely, and it's fascinating to watch, really, the speed, the motion, the artistry of what they're doing out there. One thing I am noticing today, I've seen less lane violations than yesterday.
I have as well. And we are starting off strong again for Catalunya with another. We weren't able to get a court flip out of that one, Tommy, but we did see another 5 successful passes.
So they're really managing to open up the court.
That was great defensive interjection here by number 7 for India, though. This could have been even more detrimental to the total score.
Definitely. So right now we're at 118-64 for Catalunya. Points count. We'll see how it goes now. They're ready for this this 9th inbound. trying to find an open player and a breakout in the field, and here we go. There's the breakout. Players running in close, and we're off.
Catalunya has implemented a very successful starting arrangement for their inbound play. We've seen it primarily for us as the broadcasters, the right side of the court, but from you all's vantage point, it is the left of the captain inbounding. That has been their most successful side of attack, but they are running a stacked extended weave from the high left corner down towards the lane, which gives them lots of space and lots of time to be able to run the opposing defenders around their players, but also make themselves available close to the line, but not getting too close to it to cause an infraction.
See, we're going back to the original, the circle. I think this is an interesting play because once they're doing this and then they just scramble, and it confuses because the players are taken out of position.
Yep, they're taken out of position,
so
and we're about to get another court flip. Here we go. Catalunya breaks out to the left side, and they are back to the right side. Here we go.
They had a good chance if that last pass had gone, but they still have, I think, one more ball possession for Catalunya, so they're at 129, is it?
129 to 64 right now, Tommy, and Catalunya has one more possession to add to their total.
Oh, sorry, we lost track on that because we were getting so excited with what was going on.
Well, not only were we so excited, but we did have several repetitions in the possessions, and so we did have to account for those as well.
Those repetitions are when there's a foul or a lane violation or like a timeout with a medical issue.
Yep.
The ball gets put back in play. What happens is that you do have 10 attempts to put the ball in play.
Correct.
So those 10 trials, those 10 attempts, whatever you want to call them, for the lane captain. And each time you change captain on that lane, so each player has a chance of leading the play, of calling out the plays. So everybody has to know what they're doing out there.
Yeah.
However, with those fouls, those 10 can become,
well, in
20,
this case,
30,
13.
40 because
it
they
became
add in.
13 in this particular match for Catalunya, and those additional 3 possessions have clearly amounted to a 60-point lead here.
And don't forget that when that happens, I would think from a player down on the court that you got that inbound gone, and you realize you made a mistake, and the team gets to do it again, and you're still contemplating the mistake, and you have to burn that mistake out of your mind real quick to come back and play it right. And probably it's that moment there, in that transition moment, where you can make up your points because the team is still trying to figure out, oh, I did something wrong. Let me get back on my show, my taint, my play, whatever you want to call it, to get back in the action of things. That's from an external point of view. Now, you're a player. I know that you have that quick reflection and quick reaction time out there. But
well, there's always been a saying that I've loved in basketball. It says shoot or shoot, and that means you got to have a very short memory. If you miss the last shot, don't get discouraged and keep shooting it anyway. And that applies here. If you commit a foul in Fireball Extreme Challenge, which leads itself to an additional repetition of the possession for the other team, can't get discouraged by that because you got to move on and still play defense once again.
And it ain't over till it's over.
That's correct. That's correct.
So you can always, and especially in this game where you can really get points, consider that Catalunya, I think, totaled about, close to 70 points just in these 10 possessions?
Correct.
So we'll see how it goes. This is the third, coming up now, it's the third possession, third batch of possession for India.
Correct.
They will be putting the ball in play. After that, Catalunya will have another 10, and that will be the game. So in a way, you can say that this is going to be it for
This is going to be very
if
telling.
If you really want to do something, it has to be done now.
It has to be done now, and we need to capitalize on the 10 possessions here for Team India. But we've also seen that they have the stick-to-itiveness to see if they can cause some additional turnovers when they return on defense. But, Tommy, if this gap is not smaller by the time they get to defense, I'm wondering if that energy is going to remain the same to cause those turnovers. So this will be very telling to see how they come out the gate.
One thing I do want to say is that so far,
here's a quick entry, and India is ready to flip the field. There is a collision on team members, and it is friendly fire down there between number 4 and number 11 for India.
What I was just saying is that overall, I've seen a very clean game.
Very clean game. Very clean game.
Okay, there's those minor collisions on the court. There was a foul.
There was a push on Team Catalunya.
The foul is on number 4 for Catalunya for pushing.
Yeah, so we will see a... I think it was a misspoke. I believe it's number 4 on
Indian player
India.
for the fall. Number
Correct.
4 for pushing.
There was a misspoke by the table judge. We have number 4 for both teams out there right now. So it was a fault on Team India, which resulted in no point penalty, but a loss of possession. There we go, successful inbound. These two can capitalize together. Let's see what happens. Here we have a court flip. We have a successful, that was the type of possession that we need from India to be able to close this gap.
So we're moving into the third ball possession. India did come up a few points. They could have done a lot better with this. Unfortunately, there's traffic out there. So.
There is traffic, and as you guys can see at home, the speed kills. And so right there, number 11 was showing a lot of speed in order to separate from his attacker, but along with that speed comes the reaction times necessary in order to catch a hot pass from a teammate.
So here we are, Team India is trying to put the ball back in play. And they're opening the court as much as possible. Catalunya is doing an incredible job of defending.
There's going to be a lane violation here by number 14 foul.
Number 14.
Here we're going to have the replay. Let's see how we. Oh, that was a shoulder lower right there on number 14, which resulted in number 10 of India going into the lane. So. For those of you at home who saw number 10 go into the neutral lane,
so
he
number
was
14
impacted.
Gets called for the foul. That's first foul on number 14. But I think Catalunya has 2 fouls as a team.
Yes. And so they will get a repeat of the possession here by Team India. We have a successful inbound where the player has fallen to the ground.
There was not a foul?
There was no foul. I believe this is just going to be an end of possession, but I think it might have also been, did the ball hit the ground, Tommy? It was a successful reception here.
Again, look at that, sportsmanlike between the players.
Phenomenal sportsmanship here, Tommy. Yeah. They're going to have to repeat. I thought it was a successful reception here by number 11. He should be inbounding. Yes, Tommy, here we go.
They're repeating.
They are not repeating.
They're not, okay.
It is a repeat of the possession, but it is inbounded by the player who most recently had possession of the ball, which was number 11, who fell to the ground to his own accord on that last possession, but the ball did not hit the ground, and he was not impacted by a Catalunian player. So he did not get a foul called, but let's see. Okay, he keeps his balance and is able to stay in the lane. Successful inbound. Here we go. Let's see if we can get a two-man game going. Yep, here we go. Great reception by India. Here is their time for a breakup for a court flip. Here we go. That was a great rally there by Team India, but once again, fool's gold here with the close passes at top speed.
I see the Catalunians are calling towards their coach for something. They were wondering what was happening. Something about the ball control. I think they're calling that the two players were touching the ball at the same time.
Yes, Tommy. Well, we're going to see it here right now. It was very close to have being done, so I think they're going to want a review on total points scored here. It looks as though on that replay that everything was clean there, though, Tommy. So Catalunya is going to have to just stay calm here and get back in the play on attack. Well, Tommy, we are seeing the gap here for India closing very quickly, but everybody at home, remember, Catalunya has one more rack of 10 possessions to increase their lead. So
exactly. So we'll see what happens. However, we'll see also what India can do now with the next possessions they still have. They can move that ball.
But 2-second violation on number 8 for holding it too long.
More than 2 seconds, player number 4.
The thing here, here's the thing though, Tommy, you know, we want to see if India is able to close this gap, but it'll take a lot of energy here with possession of the ball to close the gap. And what'll be left on defense?
Definitely, and I'm watching still the discipline of the Catalonian players, because they are, you know, they are fighting.
Get it out of the corner here, Tommy. Let's see, and a core flip, almost. Great deflection here by number 10.
Yeah, if she had intercepted that ball, it would have been a problem, because everybody was on one side of the court, and she could have really.
And number 5 of Catalonia threw herself very successfully in the passing lane here and saved an extended possession by
So India
for
just
Catalonia.
called in for a change of players.
Now, Tommy, one thing of note for the viewers at home, each player is in a serving order, okay? And they must be on the court when they are serving. So if the player who is up next serving is not actively on the court for the possession beforehand, a substitution must be called in order for them to be inbounding, because otherwise their possession will be skipped. He needs somebody to go to. He throws up a prayer. Oh my goodness.
That's a pity, because they had a chance there to break out.
They had a pity, and
but
you
again,
can see number 9 for
we're
India.
at 129.94. So they're at the 8th ball possession. We're getting close to the end of possessions for India.
The gap has closed here, Tommy. It is getting tight, but we're going to need to see a little bit of a cushion here to make that last possession for Catalonia competitive. We're getting a timeout here called by Team India, and I think it's a great usage of that timeout, because we have 2 more possessions for Team India to capitalize on, and they want to be able to get their players a rest a little bit here, as well as to go over strategy to be able to
get that breather, considering what's coming next.
Right, exactly, and I anticipate that the coach for Team India will not only put in the best players that he feels fit into the game scheme of these offensive possessions, but also once they get ready to go into defense, we want those top-level defenders to also be at top energy.
I also think he's giving them a little bit of moral encouragement too. It's
I'm sure that's coming as well.
Okay, you know, you came so far, you're doing great. Because they have come from so far away. To think of it, I said yesterday, they came from the Himalayas and they're right near the Dolomites. That's one heck of a journey.
It's a heck of a journey, But it has caused quite the view for those of you who have witnessed their pre-game videos and their training videos leading into this. It's quite stunning locations out there.
And you know, India's new to this, but I think they've you know, sowed the seeds of love, as they said in that one song. But
and we have a great high game starting here for Team India, and they are capitalizing on new life. Here we go, Team India back into the game. A court flip is on its way. 2 seconds called.
2 seconds called. Oh, that's a pity. They really were moving
pity.
about. But look at that, 129, 120.
It's 129-102 here, Tommy. We still have about a 27-point gap. But that was
129, 102. I went the other way. It's 129, 120. Yeah, 102. I'm sorry. So 27 points. And this is the last possession for India.
They have 2 more, Tommy. This is number 9. And mind everybody at home that possession number 8 counts as a possession. So there's 8, 9, and 10, as opposed to once you get to 10 being done. So we still have 2 more possessions for Team India to put some points on the board. One thing I've also seen in this game, Tommy, is that yesterday that's a double auto pass with a fumble and bumble of the ball. That's very unfortunate, because that looked like it had some significant potential. But one thing that we saw yesterday a lot was lane crowding, Tommy, and I saw that as a player as well as a spectator, where many players of opposing teams would be sent towards the lane in order to receive the ball. This can be very, very risky on both sides, because if you have, for example, number 13 for Catalunya is guarding the inbounder, you know he's going to be down there. And here we go. They're able to get out of the corner. Let's see if they can capitalize. Team India is able to complete it to the corner. Can they get out of the corner? Yes. Number 4. There was a swipe, and it looks like contact was made above the neck shoulder areas. Let's see if India will get this foul called.
Because this is their 9th inbound, so if they
this
get
is their 9th inbound.
If they call a foul or something, then they can get the inbound back to them again, and for the 9th, they do a
Correct.
repeat.
That could extend their total possessions. As we're looking on for some of the spectators, we have lots of energy in the crowd today as well. We appreciate everybody for coming out today.
Players are out there, and they're talking.
The foul has been called. There is an additional possession for Team India. The number 9 possession will be repeated.
Foul for Catalunya. So a player is...
They will now have to play down one player, Catalunya. They are out for this ball possession. Team India, it has the advantage with one additional player on the court. They need to capitalize right now with their advantage.
Can go for this play goes on for a little while. There will be 6 against 7.
Correct.
So they have the 9th and then the 10th.
A successful inbounds. Here we go. Everybody look, get it out. Here we go with a court flip for India. And Catalunya is able to close that gap. Mind the viewers at home, number 14 who caused that foul had to sit for that possession. That was the repeat possession. He must now sit one more possession to end India's rack of possessions before the match flips over. So Catalunya will be down a player again for this possession, and hopefully we'll see if India can learn from the fact of their advantage to be able to rack up some additional points, as I felt like that one was cut short.
While they're talking out there, I see the coach for Catalunya putting his arm around his player and letting him know things are okay. You know, it's nice because it's that moral support, because you can see the intensity.
Oh my goodness, Catalunya is faulted for their infraction. Minus 10 points. This is a game changer, Tommy.
What is it? They're calling it. Oh, because the coach.
There is very distinguished bench areas.
Right, and they were on the bench
for each team. And if players or coaches are to exit or to enter that area inappropriately, it is a 10-point deduction. All right, here we go, Tommy. We have got ourselves a game.
And Catalunya is playing with 2, 6. They only have 6 players in the field.
Correct. So it'll be very interesting to see if they're able to cause the separation that they were causing before on the inbounds with lessened personnel. Catalunya seems to have had no problem with getting the inbounds, and they have already gotten a court flip. Oh my goodness, the high game is rolling. Catalunya is breaking out, and they are not flustered by their lack of team members.
Did you see those high passes? That was incredible.
That was a 12-point burst there, Tommy, by Catalan team that was down a player. Their game plan didn't change despite being down a player, and I'm very impressed by that high game still as well.
Timeout being called, but it's amazing what they managed to do.
Yes. There's a lot of conversation happening here between the teams, and you can tell that Catalunya is very wary based on their last infraction about approaching the bench. So the team members that are currently on the court are remaining on the court as we are approaching about halfway through this timeout. It'll be very interesting to see if this causes any additional frustration of Team Catalunya.
I do see them quite psyched, as I used this word before, but they are hyped. They're ready to go. They're out there. They want to win.
They absolutely do. Both teams want to win here, Tommy. There's a lot on the line for each of their countries, and the pride for the team members is astronomical. So we'd love to see this enthusiasm. We'd love to see the fight being shown right now.
Unfortunately, a game can't end as a tie.
No, it can't.
Somebody has to win. And both teams are looking towards that trophy that's up there on the stage for that World Cup.
I've been looking at it since it was up here, Tommy, and very disappointed it couldn't be mine, but it is beautiful, and whoever brings that home is going to have a lot of bragging rights for years to come, as it is the first Fireball Extreme Challenge World Cup to be won.
But although it's not yours physically in possession, it's yours in your heart because you were part of all this.
That is right, and I am very proud of all of those athletes that are out there representing us with such vigor, with such pride, with such enthusiasm, and such excellence here with a long court pass for Catalunya, which is going to flip the court.
That was an open court pass that sort of like went a bit too far.
That was an open court pass that went a little bit too far, but number 14 is back into the game after serving his penalty, and I'm sure that the adrenaline is pumping for him to get back out there and show his team that he is still out here to make a positive impact.
So we're going on to the third ball possession for Catalunya in the captain's lane.
Yes.
So again, 5 seconds to move around and look at the field, to open up the field of play, and then you have 30 seconds to put it into play. She's running up and down, looking for a place to be able to release that ball and find a team member, and
finding
she does.
a familiar face there, number 13, who has made himself open time and time again on the inbounds. Unable to capitalize there, and great defense from Team India to get into that passing lane.
That was nearly intercepted there.
It sure was. Like I said to all of my teammates yesterday, Tommy, the ball is round.
So we're at the fourth ball possession for Catalunya.
Yeah, and I also are witnessing the coaches backing up players there in the India box, making sure that they don't get any infractions here at a very critical time, because 20-point gap is
it's not insurmountable.
Seemingly, yes, it's seemingly a lot, but it is not insurmountable at all, as we've already witnessed them get a 20-point interception turnover possession. So we will see what they can muster up here in the next couple.
But I just see them being so accurate and fast about what they're doing.
Here we go with a court flip, Tommy. We are back at it with Team Catalunya.
Incredible. That was
a great save out of bounds.
It was a deflection and a save. That was interesting.
It sure was.
Catalunya played really well on that one.
A jump ball save there for number 13 on the end line for Catalunya. Bringing in substitutions here for Team India. See if we can get some additional
Catalunya is at
fresh
148
legs.
to 117. That's close to a 30-point difference. But we've been repeating this over and over again. Anything can happen.
Game is not over at all. The ball is round, Tommy, and may it bounce how it may bounce. So we saw there a deflection that was up in the air, and Catalunya ended up coming down with it. That could have very easily come down for India.
I think they're calling it a foul on this one for shoulder-shoulder contact foul, or maybe not. This is up to the judges to decide, to determine how the foul was, because that was an attempt to get the ball.
It was an attempt to get the ball. Contact was made. The foul is being called, and quite frankly, Tommy, as it should be, you know, there was no intent behind that foul whatsoever. I think it was a clean play. It unfortunately just made contact with the above the shoulder area there, and that has to result in a foul.
So Catalunya gets the possession back.
Yes.
Number 10, India, second foul.
Number 10, India, second foul. So for one ball possession, he's out. And that puts India in a
very difficult position, Tommy.
Sure does.
Be down
6 against 7. And we've seen how Catalonia has played around right now.
Yes.
So I think this is going to be the critical moment of the match.
This is definitely going to be the deciding factor. It could be a dagger here, Tommy, if Catalonia is able to successfully capitalize on this. And they are showing that they are going to start with a successful they were getting ready for their first court flip, Tommy.
And since they were sitting out for one possession, so that's the possession they were sitting out.
Nope, that was the repeat possession, Tommy.
That's
this
right,
next one coming up will be the possession that he sits out.
So India will be sitting out for this other ball possession. In fact, I can see the player on the sideline with this will and desire to come back into play. And I've seen that desire all over this tournament. These players have really been giving so much on the court.
And here we go with another successful inbounds for Catalonia. That is a great save there by number 24. Unfortunately, not able to complete that pass, but as we've seen time and time again, number 11 for India is everywhere in the defensive passing
player, you know that?
Very talented. He is incredibly quick reaction speed here, and his closeout spacing is very impressive.
And I also enjoy seeing that the Catalonian player gave him a pat on the back, basically saying good job, because he did do a good job. And this is what it's all about.
This is what it's all about.
It's seeing the sportsmanship, like the recognition of your teammates. They're not the enemy. There's no such thing as enemies here. You know, we're all in this together.
Not at all. And here we see Catalonia doing a great job of utilizing their 30 seconds to get the inbound. The inbound is wide open.
Oh, steal! Oh, it was nearly intercepted by the player that had been out. So
wipe the hands off, brother. You know you got there right on time, and that could have been a game changer. But we'd love to see the energy fresh off of a penalty serve to come back in and make an impact.
So if I get this right, we're at the 8th ball possession.
I'm not going to lie, Tommy, you were paying a little bit more attention to the ball possessions than I was on that one. I was very much captivated by the potential of a steal.
I got to give credit to Catalonia as well. See, both.
Let's see if we can find the foul here on number 24. He set a pick right there on the crossing number 3 by India, and you can see that she's feeling it in her right arm. A standing pick this is not basketball, Tommy. We can't land a pick like that. It is absolutely encouraged to make a moving body screen where no contact is created. But if you are to land the impact on a attacking player of the opposing team, you will be penalized and ball possession will be lost.
So India's calling a timeout. I think we're closing in towards the 8th or 9th ball possession for Catalonia, which means that India doesn't have much time left to recuperate all those points. And the coach is going to be giving them a pep talk. I can see it in their expressions that they're still ready to go.
They are.
They're not demoralized. They're not upset. We'll see how this turns out. We're towards the end. I think the Catalan players are quite ready to go still after nearly 2 hours of play. It's just amazing. Realize it's nonstop, and the strategies are still being played out. I want to bring this point up again. I haven't seen that many calls for lane violation this time.
I have not either, and it is just a testament to the teams and the coaches paying very close attention to that and making it a point of emphasis for their teams leading into this game based on their experiences yesterday. Oh my goodness.
That was a close.
High risk, high reward. Could have been a turnover for Team India, exactly what they needed.
And it would have been one of those moments where they could have really broken out easily because everybody was to the left and they were all on the right.
And the middle was wide open, right on by the logo.
This is the last ball possession of the match. It's all or nothing right now for India. Catalan is in the driver's seat.
They absolutely are here, Tommy.
They got full control.
I'm not going to lie, Tommy. If I was taking the ball out right here, I can understand wanting to continue to rack up some points here, but I would have probably just thrown that out of bounds.
See, the smart move was this. The game is over. The Catalan team wins 165-117. And Catalonia wins and goes on to the final.
I must applaud both teams here, Tommy.
They really put out an effort. They did.
This was an incredible show. As you all at home can see, this is what a high-scoring affair can look like.
Now, this is the part of the game I like the most. Look at these. The players, they're all saying hi to each other. They're all talking with each other and giving themselves high fives.
And now, Tommy, we have an official high five line coming at the end of each.
But it's just been the fun of the players coming together.
Yes, but honestly, the genuine, natural meeting in the middle of both teams to congratulate each other on a wonderful performance. This was incredibly fun, Tommy, and I appreciate you having me up here.
Oh, I really do too. You know, you got the knowledge of the game. For me, it's the emotions that go with it, and to see what's going on out there.
Yeah.
I'm new to this, as you well know. So, seeing what's going on in the field and learning about the strategies and the players, it's just amazing, just fantastic, and it makes you want to see more. Unfortunately, we're coming towards the end of this World Cup pretty soon, and it's like a beautiful journey together with some really nice people. You know, the Max Barkley and Fabiola, they started this whole process. You, Nicole, meeting players from the various nations and the teams and spectators that are here. It's really something.
Well, I look forward to hopefully joining you all up here again sometime throughout the day, but I will make sure to note before we wrap up here, coming from the Vice President, Darren Williams of Fireball Extreme Challenge, this weekend has been an unbelievable success. The not only on the court and the display of athleticism and prowess and just emotion, raw emotion for the desire to want to win from the players, but from the engagement from the representatives of all of the countries that are here to support their athletes and to see what this sport's potential looks like. And Tommy, I really truly believe that this is the beginning of a incredible growth and expansion of Fireball Extreme Challenge into not only the countries that have been here to participate this weekend, but many more who have recognized what this sport can do for the young athletes, the players, the community, the schools that have been represented here, and all of those of you at home that have supported these athletes and the ones that are here with us today to show just what enjoyment this game can bring. And I'm so proud to be a part of it, and I look forward to continuing to bring incredible matches like this to the audiences all over the world.
Well, in fact, you can hear the Catalonians are cheering on their team. But we're getting ready to have interviews, player interviews right now.
Yes.
And I do believe that the Indian players will bring this experience back home with them. As I said before, you know, one of the sponsors of this organization is Earth Day.
Yes.
And with Earth Day, a lot of the beauty of that organization is also to bring back the blooming of trees and flowers on this planet.
Yes.
And so for India, they'll be bringing the seeds of this game there to let it bloom.
Absolutely.
And I think it's just going to be a beautiful experience
right now.
And they'll also
Felicidades, chavos.
So
gran éxito, gran partido. Cosa opinen? Com le fue de dentro?
Bueno, ens ha agradat molt competir. Vam tindre la sort ahir de poder classificar a la semifinal. Estats Units i Mèxic van jugar molt bé i bueno, l'oportunitat d'avui de passar a la semifinal l'hem aprofitat hem jugat a tope, hem plantejat molt bé el partit i la veritat, bueno, doncs quan es preparen bé les coses i es competeix, es tenen els resultats i ara doncs, a jugar a la final, a disfrutar i felicitar la Índia perquè ho han fet molt, molt bé. Felicitats.
Nosaltres no ens esperàvem arribar fins aquí i quan ho vam saber va ser tota una alegria i ens ho hem treballat i durant tot el partit hem estat treballant i a poc hem anat sumant i ens hem vingut a dalt i hem demostrat avui que podem estar aquí.
Chicos, cosa ha cambiado? Has cambiado de ayer a hoy, porque hoy era una otra Cataluña, o sea, totalmente diferente.
No, sí, nosaltres pensàvem que estàvem eliminats, però vam dir anem a veure el partit, que encara falta jugar a Estats Units i Mèxic, i quan va acabar el partit i sabíem que estan classificats, amb l'entrenador i tot l'staff vam mirar els vídeos i hem plantejat aquest partit per guanyar i anar a la final, aprofitar aquesta oportunitat.
Nosaltres no estàvem del tot satisfets amb els altres dos partits i llavors teníem aquesta espineta clavada i poder avui demostrar que realment som un bon equip i ens ho correm, ha estat tot un plaer.
¿Quieres decir algo a las personas en Cataluña, por fin?
No, que moltes gràcies per mirar-nos i que ara a la final ho donarem tot i gràcies per tot el suport que ens doneu.
Doncs que moltes gràcies per tot i que ho donarem tot, clar que sí.
Muchas gracias, buena suerte por la final. Gracias.
So basically, I don't speak Catalan, but I could understand some of the jest, and one of them was they asked him about what was the difference between yesterday and today.
Yes.
And they said that they were facing elimination yesterday, and then during the game, Mexico, USA, they realized what they had, and they realized they had to come up with a better game plan. Yep. And so they really came out strong.
Hi, guys.
And here's the interview from the India team.
Lost this one, but it was a very good match that you fought. And, you arrived here, you were first in your group. And today, it went like this, but you still hope to get a bronze. So, what do you think about this match?
मुझे अच्छा लगा ये मैच खेल के क्योंकि मैं पहली बार आया हमारा जो इंडिया हमारा नेशन है पहली बार आया तो हमने अच्छी फाइट दी है और हम यही अपने आप को बोलेंगे कि कोई बात नहीं हम ट्राई करेंगे और अगली बार से बेस्ट और अच्छी लेकर आएंगे।
मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है मतलब कि मैं इंडिया टीम से खेल रही हूँ पूरे भारत को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी हो रही है। अभी हम मतलब अच्छा तो मेरी टीम ने सबने बहुत अच्छा किया और अगली बार हम कप लेकर ही जाएंगे और मैं इंडिया को ये कहना चाहूँगी कि हम कर सकते हैं
क्योंकि हमारी पहली बार थी हम पहली बार आए और मैं अपने थैंक्स कर चाहता हूँ अपने स्पॉन्सरों को जिसने हमें ये अपॉर्चुनिटी दी है और थैंक यू धन्यवाद।
I am sure that your countrymen and women in India will have enjoyed this. You will explain to me what you said later, but thank you guys. Thank you for being here and for the great results. Thanks.
So we have a little bit of comedic relief there from Max Bartley during the interview, but let's not forget to really emphasize the class and the enthusiasm and the energy of the interviewees for Team India after a difficult loss.
I like that. They were like still psyched about it. I mean, the Indian players were still ready to go again. They're
ready to go again, yeah, and I'm sure we will be seeing them back very shortly, and wherever back is, Tommy.
Definitely.
Let's get into some highlights, though, even though we just wrapped up this very exhilarating match. I'm excited to see it again.
So
this was a great start here,
first
Team
start,
India,
but there was that interception right there, and which changed the momentum real quick for them.
It's very difficult to be able to overcome a turnover of this nature, which not only puts a lot of points on the board, but it is a significant momentum shifter.
Because the turnover often happens on one of those passes which is breaking out, and so you find the field very open for you to break away from that turnover. So turnovers can be very risky, which led me to see something happen earlier. Towards the end, there was about to be a turnover, and the player for the Catalunya realized that the ball was going to be like a turnover, and his intention, even though probably could have gotten it, he preferred to swat it out, because they realized the strategist also was like the 9th or 10th play. There was nowhere else to go. So it's best to avoid that. The other team could start doing a turnover, you can get a foul, you lose points, and all that kind of stuff could happen.
Well, I mean, it's similar to football, American football, where running the ball towards the end of the game, especially with the lead or the opportunity to take the lead, is very important to minimize the risk there of a potential interception. And so you see often where teams will go for the field goal in order to win, so they play very conservatively with their offensive possessions to run the clock out and to be able to position themselves ideally. But it's similar to that here in Fireball Extreme Challenge, where you have the lead, protect the ball with everything that you have, and be very decisive with what you choose to do, because interception can result in a lot of points very quickly.
Well, here we're watching these highlights, and Catalunya is in the final, which is quite impressive, because as of yesterday, when they were playing yesterday, you know, some of us were looking, going like, oh, if they keep on playing like this, they're not going to go too far.
Correct.
They were also very fortunate to get to where they were because of the poor play and poor display yesterday out there on the court.
Yeah.
See, that was the play that I was talking about right there. They put it out, and the coach is cheering that they qualified. But we got to see what happens next, because next is going to be
a juggernaut battle here with Team Mexico coming out against Team Spain. I anticipate that we will see a very similar level of energy between these next two teams. Mexico has been here before, and they know how to not only utilize their personnel very well, manage the possessions, and take advantage of everything that they have, but they also move as a unit. And so that unit movement is going to be very, very telling as to whether or not Spain is going to be able to disrupt that. And so I anticipate Spain playing to their advantages, because they do have another height advantage for Team Spain. And so if they're able to take advantage of the high ball play and be able to capitalize on extended possessions, I think this will have a lot of fireworks as well. Look for that game to be very exciting.
So we're going to be going off for a few minutes here and getting ready for the next match, which, as I said, and as we said, will be Spain and Mexico. Spain does have one advantage on Mexico, is that they beat him once.
Sure did. And so we will see here shortly what contributes to the success of both teams.
Well, let's hope it's just a good game like this first one was. See you in a few. Love to all. This is Darren and Tommy.
Darren and Tommy signing off. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Every artwork begins with energy, a vibration that comes from the soul. I blend spirituality, psychology, and neuroscience to transfer pure intention into every stroke. I don't paint with colors, I paint with consciousness. Art that elevates space and transforms the mind. Every masterpiece is 100% handcrafted with precision, emotion, and devotion.
Welcome to the first Indigenous Eco Business Academy, created by 5 founders. an incubator for eco-business ideas, diversified individuals participating from different regions. Learn while immersed in nature. Welcome to Smiley.
People of CSIT, my family.
CSID Games. Hope to see you again in other sport events. Thank you very much.
Sei un'associazione sportiva o di promozione sociale? Sei un'organizzazione di volontariato o un altro ente di terzo settore? Affiliati ad AICS. Garantisce ampie coperture assicurative ai tuoi soci e tessere adatte a tutte le tue attività sportive e culturali. Come rete associativa sa guidarti nel mondo del registro unico del terzo settore. Consulenti qualificati ti assisteranno di fronte ai cambiamenti normativi e fiscali. Vuoi una vetrina per le tue attività? AICS ti porta anche in radio e in TV. Diventa grande. Scegli AICS. www.aics.it.
safe to say I'm the biggest, the largest. Been stepping on shit since my mama stayed in them apartments. Regardless, my daddy told me keep the heat even when I'm in forward.
Could have been 30, could have been a G. Should have never snitched. Why you talking to police? Started looking at you funny when you're walking down the street. Looking at you like food, trying to see where they can eat. Me, I'm like Wallow and Gilly with the game. You don't really want to act silly, behave. Whenever on stage and a million gets made. I need that breeze. I feel sorry for Skepta, they copy these flow, but they said that it's a new flow. Imitation don't flatter me, but it's cool though. Should've ever left the guy alone in my studio. Put them in the coffin, get them on a tombstone. Yeah, I got a half of the price of a Kudo. Living like a boss man, nothing like Hugo. I need that
right bitch on the possibility. 5-2 left feet, them green by shot again. Green left, now she a free that. Should've never let that bitch alone with my sweet box. Now the bitch skip it, running in my rebucks, talking about the detox.
It all began with an idea.
He said one day you'll leave this world behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father told me. Light a fire they can't put out. Carve your name into those shining stars. He said go venture far beyond the shores. Don't forsake this life of yours. I'll guide you home no matter where you are. One day my father, he told me, son, don't let it slip away. When I was just a kid I heard him say, when you get older your wild heart will live for younger days. Think of me if ever you're afraid. He said one day behind, so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My father told me. These are the nights that never die. My father told me.
And we are back here in Italy after that very, very close and competitive game.
So, hi, where have you been?
Man, I've been in the crowd. I wish I could say that I was playing that last game, but unfortunately we saw how things unfolded last night. So as much as I love sitting here with you, I would love to be preparing for the next game. I'm just a competitive person.
That. So, for those of you just joining us, Evan and I did, me being Tommy, we did the broadcast yesterday during one of the games. We're doing the next semifinal, which is going to be a really interesting game.
For sure.
Spain against Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
We know, we've seen the power of Mexico. You saw it firsthand yesterday.
I did.
And Spain is playing well. If I'm not mistaken, Spain is the only team that beat Mexico so far. Not in this tournament, but in a previous tournament.
I believe so. I believe so, yes. I believe so.
So here is the score for the previous game. Catalonia scored 185 points to 117. Wow.
Yeah.
Now, if you hear me a little bit short of breath, I was out of position when we were coming to get back.
Just running up the stairs.
I had to run up the stairs to get back in position. You know,
yes.
We do have a chance to move around. We're not tied to this table where we sit and broadcast live to you from Lignano, Sabbiadoro here in northern part of Italy on this beautiful Sunday. Now, going back to all this, this is the World Cup for the Fireball Extreme Challenge 2025. This is the first actual World Cup. There have been other international matches. So now we're going to be seeing some of the highlights of the games that Spain had leading up to and coming here.
Here is them versus Italy. They beat that team in pretty sounding defeat. That was Italy's first game of the day, and obviously we could see by the final score.
Well, it's something we brought up several times earlier on with Darren when he was up here.
Sure.
That Italy had a lot of penalties and fouls for the lane invasions.
Mental errors.
Mental errors, and also inexperience.
Yes, that is true as well.
When we saw the games earlier on, the two teams that played earlier on, Catalonia and India, we saw very few lane infractions.
Yes, that is true.
It seems like as the days progress here and the teams get that experience in the field,
yes,
they're learning more and more of what to do. And this was the game between India and Spain. It was a really good game.
That was a very good game. If I'm not mistaken, Spain had a takeaway. They scored about 19 to 20 points on that takeaway, and that pretty much shifted the momentum throughout this game. But big shout out to India. They have a huge following, huge support for the sport back home, and they traveled a long way to get here. It took them almost half a week. I mean, they traveled for 3 days. They were on a bus for 12 hours, and a lot of flying, a lot of traveling. This is the play I'm talking about with the steal. Spain getting hyped up right there, but honestly, India for their first showing, very impressed. I'm very impressed. They're very fast. They're very in sync, and I think only better things are to come from Fireball in India for sure.
In fact, we were talking about how the sport is sowing the seeds of this game, and I've used this phrase before, but I really feel like it is. It's setting down the seeds of future experiences with Fireball. The beauty of the game is it's like it's nonstop.
Of course.
The passing and the attempt of accuracy, so that hand-eye coordination is very important. The teamwork is important, and as you see right now, how the ball is being passed back and forth and the speed.
And this right here is a potential finals matchup as Catalonia captures the win against India. As we saw earlier, they have secured their spot in the finals, which is actually pretty insane because Team USA put up 56 points against them to beat them 56-35. Team USA needed 12 points against Mexico to clinch the playoff spot, and Catalonia's tournament run would have been over right then and there, but Mexico, with an unbelievable showing defensively, holds the US to just 6 points. Catalonia remains in the tournament not only for the playoffs, but also they capture their win against India, and they find themselves with a potential redemption against Mexico, depending on what goes down in the game between them and Spain, which is underway very shortly.
In fact, we can see the players down close to the entrance area to come back on the field.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not a betting person, but I wouldn't bet on this game because the two teams are really great teams.
They are.
A lot of talent out there and history, both Spain and Mexico. I recognize that player.
Yep, that would be me. That would be me. I was not very happy, but obviously that's the beautiful thing about this sport is, win or lose, you got to show good sportsmanship. You got to show at the end of the day, whether you're a competitor, whether you're just here to play, it is a game at the end of the day, and we're all just trying to have fun, and that's what it's really all about. But my goodness, Mexico did not make it too fun for us yesterday. That was brutal. And I mean, I give flowers where I have to. The team is incredible. I mean, they're the best that Fireball has to offer, and they've shown it year after year after year. But I'm really excited to see what Spain can put up against them.
But now both Spain and Mexico do have some tall players out there too.
Yes.
So and here we can see how much they're into this game, really into big time. The Mexican coach Jaime has really done a wonderful job.
Yes.
A former player and coach, he really inspires the team.
Yep.
And I think all the team players inspire each other.
And that right there is the assistant coach, player coach, Coach Aha. And we can see Salvador. That guy doesn't stop moving. He's pretty tough to guard. He says he wears dreads actually because of his inspiration is Allen Iverson. He said that is his favorite player. The culture change really he brought to the NBA really inspires him. And till this day, you know, whenever he can rock those cornrows, he does. You know, the dreads, he has fun with it. It looks good on him. You know, kudos to him. He's a basketball coach back home as well, so stays close to the sports as well. And he's in great shape. He is in phenomenal shape. I'll say that firsthand. I had to guard him on many possessions. As Spain versus Mexico, we can see the refs are now in
lining
the middle.
up, which means I can see Spain at the far end lining up to come in, and that's the World Cup right there.
What a beautiful trophy that is.
That's where everybody's looking at, and those hands reaching up to that globe. So here we are, getting ready for the second semifinal. The winner between these two teams will go on to meet Catalonia in the final, which will be broadcasted this afternoon at 16:30 hours, 4:30 for most people. And here is the Spanish team coming in. They're ready. They're giving high fives to each other. They're just really ready to go. They've been waiting for this match. They want a chance to redeem themselves to get that World Cup. And but I don't think Mexico is going to make it easy for them. On the other hand, they're not going to make it easy for Mexico either.
Not at all. I mean, how crazy would that be if Spain played Catalonia in the finals? Literally neighbors, essentially. You saw in both the games, they were both rooting for each other. For them to be meeting in the finals would be a pretty crazy coincidence.
And I think both teams, their home base is in Barcelona.
Yes, and something I actually just realized is the only teams that are still in the tournament are all the Spanish teams. 3 Spanish teams came in here. They're all here, as we can see.
And here's Mexico. Sorry to interrupt on this one here, but they're really coming in.
Oh, they got people repping the tracksuits. They are excited. You can see right there, Coach Jaime.
And we're going to be hearing the national anthems in a moment. I think the first national anthem is the Spanish national anthem.
I believe so as well. Begin very shortly.
And here is the Spanish national anthem. Imagine that their hearts are pounding a mile a minute.
Yep. Representing not only the back of their jerseys, but the front of it as well for their country. Here is the Mexican national anthem.
as I'm hearing those national anthems and thinking about Spain and Mexico, the history goes way back, way back. We're talking just post Christopher Columbus type thing.
Oh, wow.
So when these two teams are playing against each other, sometimes it makes me smile. It's like when the United States plays against England and something.
Yeah.
You know, there's that legacy, that history. And in that history is the fact that Spain is the only team that's beaten Mexico, who has been undefeated now for 6 years.
Yes, and
so they want to come back and do something, and they want to hurt Mexico, and I don't mean physically, because that's the other beautiful thing about the sport. It is not physical. Players are out there to have fun, play their hearts out. There are some contacts. Sometimes they get called. Sometimes it's not to hurt or any voluntary injuries to the player. You just don't want to see that. You want to see the sportsmanship, the friendship that's out there.
Absolutely.
And the respect.
Of course.
There's a lot of teamwork. There's a lot of respect between the teams, and a lot of respect off the courts as well. I've seen in these days the friendship between everybody, the joking, the talking. And, you know, there's a little bit of the joking on the sidelines sometimes, but it's nice to see the fact of how they all get along. And we just hope that it's going to be a great game to watch.
Absolutely. And
now, if they're both very fast, I might have a difficult time following it, so I'm going to really need your help.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best to help you out.
I really appreciate that.
As much as I can.
You did a wonderful job yesterday.
Thank you. I appreciate
thanks
that.
for being back up here in the booth with me.
Of course. Thank you for having me, Tommy. And
so we're off the first possession of 30, basically, because they're going to have 3 10s.
Okay.
Per team.
And Spain is starting off with it.
Right.
Well, safe to say, Spain is going to have to bring their A game. They start off pretty decent, and as I say that, intercepted, but as we know in the rules, if I'm not mistaken, that point should go away for Mexico because only a pass is a point. We'll see if that stays. Maybe I missed it. But as of right now, it's 2-1. So Spain came out looking decent, and then Mexico put that to a close really quick. And something that I love about the Mexican team when they have the ball is they really utilize that captain's lane. They take as much time as they need to. Spain auto passing, looking in contact. Great pass, falling out of bounds. The auto pass looking, and that looks like he's going to hold on to it for too long. But
I think there was an elbow push.
Way to make a play out of nothing right there. Saving the ball out of bounds. You can see right there, maybe a bit of a push right there. Threw it right where that needed to be. And I'm starting to see some serious improvements through these newer teams or these newer players. Some unfamiliar faces that we haven't seen in previous tournaments with the auto pass, splitting the defense.
Definitely. So now it's a 6-1 for Spain. And we're on their 3rd possession.
And I mean, I don't want to give my team too much hate, but that's literally how much points we put up against them the entire game. Just goes to show. And they're not one of those teams you can go around and scramble and hope for the best, as Mexico shuts that one down after 2 points.
There's a Spanish coach.
And Mexico, very solid. And we can clearly see that Mexico has won the crowd.
Definitely,
for sure.
Definitely.
See Team India down there, very passionate.
So this is interesting. It's a different setup completely. They're setting up on the far end to break out the court.
Absolutely.
There's various crisscrosses going on. And then there's the fast break, trying to see if you can, open it up wide enough to get the ball into play and start doing those quick passes one to another. South
Spins
pass,
off and looking. What a catch! I believe they should count that. But what concentration right there. Yep, they do count it. And I do believe that they do call the foul right there.
No, it's going to the 5th. They're on the 5th possession.
Oh, so it looks like you're more trilingual than me for sure, knowing the the languages a lot better than I do.
It's okay.
I
might get that part, but trust me, I'm not getting the rest. I mean, I'm learning all the rules.
She throws it. The haymaker took a leap of faith right there.
You know, we were talking about the rules because I had some friends that asked me about the rules yesterday, and it's not that difficult if you consider that the fundamental rule is 1 pass, 1 point. You have to complete the pass. But with that, you have your 2-second violation. You have the auto pass that gives you that an extension on the 2 seconds.
Yes, sir.
And don't hit the players. You can use an open hand to grab the ball. But above all, don't invade those lanes. As you can see, the Mexican players standing right in front.
They've gotten a lot better. These teams are getting a lot more disciplined. They find themselves in the corner, and ball comes to an end. But I'm fairly impressed with the Spanish team. 17 points. As we know, this is an extended game. However, looking for the call here. And
so there's a foul on number 13 of Mexico.
That one, I didn't want to say. I just didn't want to, you know, jump the gun too early.
So the possession comes back to the possession with the fault, correct?
I do believe so. I believe the points stay and they will redo the possession.
Exactly. So it would still be the 5th possession.
Yes. And if that's the case, then Spain not off to a bad start, if I may say so. But I know Mexico is built for these long games. I'm yet to see that from Spain. Hopefully they can prove me wrong. Throws it right over the corner. Auto passing, throwing it up. What a grab. And a drop right there. That young lady has been coming up with some incredible grabs this tournament, I must say. Fairly impressive in the game against India as well. She had a lot of grabs. You see with the left-hand throw.
And that was, you know, we talked about this the other day, and we keep on talking about go high.
The high ball.
The high ball.
It's very important as a defender. You're most likely.
That happened earlier on in the other game. In the earlier game, Catalonia had some top players, and that was the problem that caused India some of those high passes.
Absolutely.
So there was some misunderstanding of call. There's a substitution. And the substitutions, as I was told, are real quick. You know, it's like 15 seconds.
15 seconds.
No.
And if you don't sub your players in, or that player comes into the game after the substitution, there's like a flag. She holds it sideways. If that flag goes back up to the normal position and the player comes in after, it's actually a deduction of 2 points for that team. Here they go, holding the ball. She throws it right into the other hands of the defender, the high ball. And I got to give it to Mexico. They got some incredible athletes here.
Okay, there was a moment there. Slightly injured player took a little bit of a twist.
And that's just something I want to key on right here for Mexico. They're not one of those teams that will let the ball come to them. They understand that they have to come to the ball sometimes, and that's what makes them so versatile. You can see right here, ball gets thrown up. An unbelievable play right there.
You know, staying in
jumping
bounds.
up, yes, absolutely.
So no one got hurt, even though the medics did come out to make sure. And we want to thank the Red Cross, the medical team that's here. Because this is a good sport about
absolutely
injuries, they have not been too busy. Yesterday, a player fell and bumped her head.
Yes, that was against us, Mexican team.
Right, and she was immediately checked and to make sure everything was okay. Kept on playing. And today there was, I think, a young lady from India had a bit of an ankle problem, but they were there to help out too.
Of course.
And let's hope that nobody else gets any.
Yeah, of course.
The minor injuries can happen because it is a sport. Also, if there's no contact, but you do have at times, people might bounce into each other, and or the quick turnaround, you might have to turn real quick, which it can happen in any sport.
As the head ref right there, Georgetta.
She just, so if I get this right, I think Mexico got called. Did Mexico get called for penalty? Because they have 3 points. We weren't following on that. We were following that everybody was healthy and fine to keep on going, but it's still Spain's ball. I think they're on their 6th possession, putting it in play.
They're throwing it. Auto pass. And what a play. And that's why sometimes the auto pass, you just gotta, an auto pass, it could even be considered letting go of the ball, catching it again. We can see right here a crucial mistake. Lets it go too high and just makes a great play on the ball.
And allows the Mexican player to get back in position to take that ball out.
Absolutely. It's all about angles, really, in sports, As Salvador, the vet, comes into the game. He's their oldest player, but man, does he play like just the youngest spirit on the team. Spain moving the ball pretty well and gets tripped over.
So let's see what the referees decide on this, because
I believe it should be a foul right here. A little bit of we'll see what went down, and that does happen in this sport. Tripping. I mean, the game moves so fast, trying to make a play on the ball. And I do believe Mexico just got called for a foul. It's foul on number 3, which is Salvador, the man just kicked in the game. He's one of their best players.
Foul, right.
So they will keep the points and redo the possession.
Exactly.
Spain taking advantage of these penalties for Mexico. Mexico usually is the most disciplined team in these tournaments. And she keeps it alive. She's throwing it up. Oh no, Mexico looking to take advantage. The high ball over 2 defenders.
Something was called, but it's amazing how just in a matter of seconds, Mexico gained those points back after the penalty. They're back up to 7 points.
What a ball.
And that was incredible save on the line.
What a ball. Look at this pass over 3 defenders.
And I think there was a call for the slight push at the
end.
Right, there was a little push on the play.
Wow, what a pass. And that's just called having trust. Having trust in your teammate. It's like a quarterback and a receiver. Just having that trust that the playmakers can go and make a play when they need to. That's exactly what they just did right there. Beautiful job.
As I was told before by Darren, I'm old, basically, because I talked about an old-time player who goes, thanks for making us young people remember that stuff.
I would never say that to you.
But he didn't use those words, but it was really funny the way he said it, because I brought up a similarity that would be, for me, like, you're talking about quarterback and trusting. I remember Montana and Rice.
Right.
And anybody who knows anything about the history of football, those two connected
Absolutely.
a lot.
I thought, I don't know, maybe you say old. I was thinking maybe you say like a Johnny Unitas.
Boy, we really want to go back.
That's really old.
Wasn't there.
Yeah, that's really old.
But what players those were.
Oh, for sure.
So, and here we were seeing something different, a different sport, but we're seeing some really talented players.
Right there, Mexico, the auto pass, and she has the drop C's. She knows it too. She knows it too.
In that expression, she smiled and she knew.
She knows.
But so Mexico's changing a player.
Man, honestly, something about Mexico. From the second that play started, they just can tell if it's a 1-on-2 situation. And this is the thing that I've always noticed about this sport.
So Mexico now is in the captain's lane.
Yes.
I think this is their second play.
It is. Is that, it's a 1-on-2. They can pretty much toy around with them as much as they want. And Mexico is so good at doing that. Taking advantage of busted coverage.
But I do remember what they said yesterday about having played against 2-all. For the first 5 plays, it was very difficult for them to do anything. And then it's like started opening up.
There they go. Oh, Mexico moving the ball around quick. Salvador making plays, looking. Teresa getting involved, throws it over, and a great possession right there for Mexico, as they can clearly move the ball with incredible poise. And that was very close to being out of bounds. Just great awareness on the court right there.
I just watch in awe
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's incredible. Slicing, the best way I would put it is just straight up slicing and dicing. That's the way that they do it. And something that I realized that they do, they love to pick the defense apart in the middle of the court. Things open up, you see their players are spacing out.
And also they're just bouncing around, they're just moving and getting in position. It's just fascinating.
As something is called here.
They called Spain for a foul.
A little bit of a shove right there. That's a good call right there.
So Spain has 2 fouls and Mexico has 1.
I believe so. We get a quick glimpse of the USA team standing on the sidelines right now, watching this game. Can't help but to notice they think that they should be waiting there to play in the finals.
Come on, tell me the truth. You couldn't wait to be back here with me.
That's true. I'm having a lot of fun right now. But man, I mean,
I know you'd like to be down there playing.
I mean, and we talked about it last night. And, you know, we just aimed the bar low. We wanted to, you know, put on a decent show, but we also knew we needed a legit 12 points to move on. And we aimed the bar super low. And, you know, in this sport or any sport, you just got to be competitive, man.
And you always have to come out to win.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But it's a learning experience.
Of course.
Okay, and as the sport grows and more people will get involved, there'll be more possibilities. And, you know, this is not a one-time event. This is the beginning of something really new, really interesting.
Of course.
Fireball has grown so much in these past few years. I mean, over 5,000 participants, 8 nations involved. Unfortunately, 2 of them couldn't be here. But 8 nations involved throughout 3 continents. We're spreading to Africa and spreading also in North America.
Mexico
and Europe,
making plays happen.
Oh, Mexico's doing a wonderful
they're
job
moving.
right now.
They're moving right now. Teresa out of bounds. There's no call. Maybe they got away with something there. Mexico taking complete advantage. Spain looks to be in all sorts of problems. Teresa back to Sabbiadoro, and the ball gets poked out with Mexico on an incredible 18-point possession.
I think that was rather impressive.
I would believe so as well. Maybe we can see here.
And they just had control of the field. They had opened up that field, ready to move around.
You can see from the side camera right there, just able to make such beautiful opportunities with the ball. The auto pass right over the player. Oh my goodness. The air game, putting him behind. Mexico is a problem. And just able to wrap around each other just in perfect sync. They play with such level of unity. It's incredible to watch.
I'm just thrilled to watch see what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Beautiful pass.
Look at this. And now the court is wide open. Wide open. There's a call.
2-second violation.
Tally on another 5 there. And Mexico, they're a team, they look at a 5-point possession. That's a disappointing possession for them.
And also,
they are that good. They are that good.
So number 6 gets called. And we're on the 6th possession. This is really interesting because yesterday I saw a lot of lane violations, and here instead the teams are really opening it up and moving well. Oh, unfortunately there's a bounce pass that doesn't count, but they tried. 1 point came off that.
Yep.
And that's a nice gesture saying it's my fault, it's my fault.
One of the leaders for sure. Teresa, she's a vet.
And when you use the word one of the leaders, it's interesting because there's no leader. There's one of the leaders. Everybody's a leader because everybody gets a chance to be the team captain, calls out the plays and the schemes.
Absolutely. Look how they're just spacing the courts.
waiting for that breakaway moment.
And they understand it's, I mean, they're going to, this is a long game. The playoffs are a lot longer. There they go.
And they've opened up the court.
Already. 3 passes in, throwing it across.
That was a good attempt. That was a good attempt. They had opened up the court.
Man, Mexico. And that's, again, something I comment on. They just wait for the bright pass. They really do use those 30 seconds.
They're poised. They're poised, waiting for that ball.
And Mexico, look at the support from
Definitely.
the Indian team. Clearly, they're going for Mexico.
You know, for us, it's easy sitting up here, but you don't get to see that. But when you see them sprinting so fast and sprints back and forth, that uses up a lot of energy.
Absolutely.
And considering that they don't stop at all, that's fascinating, because they're going to go on for nearly 2 hours like this.
Incredible.
You know, the sprinting, and so there's a lot involved in the sport. Aerobics is one of them.
Yep.
If you don't control your breathing and control your body, that's fascinating to me.
Absolutely.
Now Mexico has the ball, putting it back in play. I think it's their either 6th or 7th ball possession. And we're off for the 30-second countdown.
You can see.
And you can watch how they're moving. And interesting that before there had been, in the previous game, there had been some mistakes.
There we go. Into the corner. Ball goes up. Here's Mexico. The court opens up. And a foul as well. And honestly, that might have been a good thing for Spain, the way that possession was going.
Definitely. But it was also an ingenuity foul, because the player stopped and you come in crashing into them. And there's the foul. So Spain is changing a player, and so this is the 10th possession for Mexico coming in. And Mexico has racked up 54 points in their 10 possessions versus the 29 points that Spain racked up during their possession.
Yes.
So they're going about double.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The ability to make plays is incredible. Look how easily they move through the courts. Mexico throwing it, trusting the air game, nearly intercepted.
I couldn't say much because, again,
it's so fast.
It's so, but it's not only that. It's like you get part of the game. You get thrilled into this game.
It's incredible.
You know, so for me, sitting here watching it, sometimes you're moving around. You want to get up there with them. You'd let them. It just gets so involving.
Absolutely.
And I really hope more people do get involved in this sport, because it is fun. It is clean. It is nice.
And let me tell you, there's clearly skill behind it. It's not one of those, oh, we're getting lucky here and there. Mexico looks well on pace to put up another game, well over 100 points, like they have in the last 2.
I think the coaches are being called in to talk to the main ref. We're not privy to that conversation, but we'll see if they'll give us some information what's going on. There's 3, 2, 1 going on the timeout. And as you can hear, the countdown ends that timeout. But if it's a technical timeout, the referee's calling it and is telling the coaches about the players and about the timing. But there's respect, there's distance, and that's the same with all the players. There's that kind of respect also on the field.
Of course.
There's a lot of, you know, there's the heat of the moment. You're out there and playing that and getting around because, you know, you really want to do well out there. So you put it all out on the line. But it's still a game that a lot of people can play. And I hope we can get children in schools to start playing this. It's co-ed. It's mixed out on the court. And anybody can play. You just got to get that ball going around and get those points.
Absolutely.
But don't ever count somebody out, because you see, like right now, it's close to 40-point difference, but you never know what can happen on, on the next possessions for Spain.
For all I know,
coming in for the possessions.
For all you know, Mexico could turn the ball over. Spain could take advantage of it, and before you know it, we're right back into it.
Exactly.
And it's a long game.
Now the possessions, I think, go to Spain. Spain starts this. I wish I could understand what was going on down there.
Yeah.
But we'll get some information. I think there was a call, something about a call on the field, and they were explaining how that call went and why it wasn't given the way it was. But the players are coming back to the coach to talk to the coaches before going back out. So there is this change now, possessions. So there's the way the game are towards the semifinals and the finals. Each team has 3 possessions of 10 plays each. Now those 10 plays can be extended if there's a foul or some kind of call. So therefore, as I said even yesterday, I was trying to explain, it's like you're on possession 7, the foul's called, you don't go to possession 8, you basically do 7A or 7, 2 or 3 or 4, you know, it can happen like that. But you control that possession. And possession of the ball is very important because it gives you that chance to put the ball in play, and right there, if you get that first pass out, you got a point. And the more points you make, the better off you are for your possessions.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And we did joke yesterday about offense and defense because it's actually the contrary of what you were thinking when you're talking defense and offense. Yeah, it's the person who's got the ball is actually going to be defending the ball. But if you look at it, like years ago, there was this new thing in soccer when the Dutch national teams, the Dutch teams, predominantly the Ajax from Amsterdam, were probably the first ones to do that. Was the all playing. The old soccer was you had the defensive players, your midfield players, and your forward players, and you played the game defensively and in attack, trying to control the midfield. And the Dutch team brought to the game a new attitude. You all attack, you all defend. And it changed the way the game was seen. And here, it's the same thing. You all attack and you all defend. The only thing is that who's attacking is actually defending, and who's defending is actually attacking because you're trying to get the ball.
Exactly.
So yes, it might sound confusing, but once you get into the game, and trust me, do get into the game because it is fascinating. The speed, you know, the speed of lightning, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
What was that song, Grease Lightning? The ball can be slippery. That's why I use the word grease lightning on that.
Exactly.
That's why some players wear gloves.
Oh, absolutely, especially when the nerves get high. You start feeling the moment. You know, you start getting in there, and you're like, oof. I'm representing, you know.
I did see the intensity in your face yesterday.
Man, I was into it. I was into it.
You, Darren, the whole team. You guys were into it. It didn't work out.
I think
you guys were into it.
I think that second game we didn't have that fire in our eyes as we did in the first game. The intensity, you know, and I think that second game we went in there with the mentality of we need to do just enough.
Which is not right, and we've said that before.
Yes, and the first game we went in there, we were like, we want to win, we want to dominate, we want to show what we can do. Our second game, we was just like, you know what, we want to keep our spot safe, and
that was your downfall.
That's exactly what it was. We came in there not competitive, just not really in sync, and that definitely showed on the court as well.
Well, in fact, the Catalonian player talked about that on the interview, touched bases on that. Now, Spain has got its first of the 10 possessions,
and a
foul was called. That gesture basically means what? I touched the ball.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they did say you can't talk to the refs. They didn't say you can't hand gesture to them.
Actually, I think he was hand gesturing towards his bench. No, but it was not for the ball touch. It was actually for the pushing the player. So it's the first foul. So Mexico has 2 fouls, I think, and so does Spain.
And that's Alfonso's first.
Right.
Coming off, they're making things happen early, playing the air game. Beautiful job right there, reading the defense. The air game, making passes left and right. I like that possession right there from Spain.
And they were moving that ball around easily. They actually were moving it pretty.
And I don't know if you guys can see. They wait for the defenders to essentially kind of, it's like a flyby. They go by, they kind of have it up in the air as if they're going to pass it. Defender makes some sort of reaction, and then you throw it to where it needs to go.
Interesting to bring that point up because it's what I was looking at on the first game. Catalonia played India to that. India was defending man-to-man, or person-to-person, and they were defending so close that just that moment of delay and the pass got the defender go by and open it up.
Absolutely.
And that opened up the game. I think that also comes from experience. The coach of Catalonia was the coach of Spain years ago.
Absolutely.
And so he brings a lot of experience to the players and in teaching the players. So now there's a on-the-field timeout. Reorganization moment. We're down to 10 seconds left on this timeout. Each team has how many timeouts? 3 or?
I don't know if it's 3 each. I believe it is.
Because some of the rules do change for the semifinals and
yes.
finals.
And there are many, many, many more possessions in these rounds than there were from before.
And undoubtedly, the players do need a breather.
For sure. We want to keep our players safe. Man, you would think we're in Mexico right now, the way that the crowd is sounding.
Well, we're in Lignano, Sabbiadoro here up in northern Italy. A beautiful location, close to the beaches. And look at this this Palasport, this gym where the tournament's being played. It's a really nice facility.
Oh, for sure. A lot of preparation.
And here Spain's putting the ball back in place.
And
that
right
was
there.
A quick breakup play. Stops their coming out play.
And I want to point something out here. If they show the replay, they will right here. Passes it in, instantly goes back. Something that Mexico would do. They split the defenders if the pass isn't there, and they try looking for the offense somewhere else with an auto pass.
Because I've seen that when Mexico does get the ball, they do split open real quick.
Yes.
So they don't want to bunch up because then you can't get the ball out.
It's essentially take what the defense gives you, essentially. And Mexico is one of those teams that are simply just prepared for anything. So there they go. And that's what I'm talking about. Good play right there.
I think that was a
2-second
violation. Yeah, in fact, I can see the fans going 2 seconds, 2 seconds.
Spain slowing down a little bit. Looking to regain some momentum.
So you're talking about people all over the place. I think somebody special is listening into this from California, if I'm not mistaken.
My mother.
You want to say hi to her?
Hey, Mom. I love you. I wish we could be playing right now, but hanging out with Tommy is just fine as well. So
wow, I feel honored about that. Hi, Mom. I'll say it for. I'll say it to you too.
Yes, yes. Got to show some love back home, right?
Oh, that was an accident.
Looks like he just tripped.
Moving back out. That's, in fact, I don't think it was called as a foul.
I don't think it was either. See right here, it's just the way that it was. Kind of his legs got tangled a little bit.
So I know that my daughters are listening in from home. Actually, one of them is in London, and the other one's Rome.
That's beautiful.
So hi, Vicky. Hi, Emily. And I hope you're enjoying the game. And as I said to them, I hope everybody's enjoying the game because Spain and Mexico is one heck of a game, as I always say. They're really, really playing a great game. The score doesn't reflect it, but there's a lot of strategy in there and a lot of intensity.
That's incredible. Got to say hi to the 2 daughters. Man, I tell you what, my life is all boys. I'm one of 4 boys. Even my dog is a boy. I got, you know, crazy life. As we see a lane violation right there. And Spain
Mexico is getting really psyched.
Oh, they're looking like they're losing their edge. We could see Italy wearing Mexico tracksuits.
Yeah, that's right. We're seeing an Italian team wearing Mexican.
That's incredible.
Well, don't forget, also that the Italian flag and the Mexican flag,
they do look
the eagle,
they do look fairly similar, yes.
Captain lane invasion by the defensive team, 5 points.
Wow, and we can see right there, when you step over the yellow, it's 2. When you step over the red, it's 5. For those asking, and those points, they don't seem like a lot right now, but
they count it towards the end.
They definitely matter.
But it's also those moments that can upset the team and try to say, hey, let's get our act back together again and get going right.
Absolutely.
So, I look at the players and I see the expressions. They're talking about what to do next, regroup and get ready to go back out there. Both sides. It's being so there's a repeat possession, obviously because of the penalty call. And the players are taking this little moment of the judges talking to get a bit of a breather. You can see them slowing down just for a moment.
Wow. There's the Italian players right there.
And they're having fun.
Yeah, they're having a blast. They are having a blast. And that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Even though they're not competing on the court, they're still enjoying it for the love of the game.
It's participation.
Absolutely.
Obviously, and they say that in anything. The important is to participate. And everybody that I've seen here has been participating in every which way possible.
For
from
sure.
the players to the organizers to the technical staff all around us, the medical staff, and even the participants and the visitors that are coming by and watching the game, because it's a new game to a lot of people here.
Of course.
And they're just thrilled to see what they're seeing.
And Mexico just lost 5 points as well. And I think they're adding those back, just giving the viewers a bit of a scare right there, but those points are added right back.
Seems like sometimes when you're watching a basketball game and they have to get a three-point shot and they call it 3-point, it's actually not a three-pointer.
And they call it a 2.
Yeah.
It happens.
And so you have to adjust most times it's just the clock, not the score.
Yeah, of course. Of course. And
but here there is a clock in a way. Although
in a way.
You have a time limit.
Yes.
But it's the possessions that make that time limit.
Absolutely.
So you can go through 10 possessions in a heartbeat because you lose the ball 10 times in a row.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen here. These are experienced teams.
For sure. For sure.
And they both want to go to that final match, so they're really, of course, playing their hearts out in here.
Just competing. Any team looking for an edge here.
And here's the countdown, and we're to the 30 seconds, the moment to put it in play. The players are jumping around in position and moving, trying to open up the court, and we're starting to see that fast break type movement. And
that's another thing right there that Mexico doesn't do. They don't rush the pass. They wait the 30 seconds if they have to. Right there, I mean, that kid has been everywhere. Everywhere.
Look at the intensity in that look there.
He's dialed in. He knows, this is his moment. This is his country. This is his team, Man,
and his goal, even though there's no goal in this game,
honestly, look at
his
this.
goal is down there at the far end. That's that trophy.
That's what it's all about. What we just saw right there, the Indian national team, they traveled 3 days to get to this tournament, and they're not in the finals, and it's all smiles, cheering on for the love of the game. Just love to see it as another play made.
But I think he got called for too much time of possession.
By Tono. Just incredible. And this kid didn't compete last time I went to Mexico. This is a fresh face, and
he's got talent.
He's amazing. He's been all over the place. As Spain making a quick substitution right there. Wow. Mexico really causing problems for Spain here. For Spain's second set of ball possessions here. And they really got to get something going on quick, because that lead is not happening anytime soon.
So something's been called.
A whistle is blown.
Oh, some player had hurt himself earlier on, and or was getting a cramp. Yeah. Unfortunately, one of the Spanish players is getting a leg cramp.
And
they're very uncomfortable.
Here comes the medical staff to come check it out.
Definitely, and it's a technical timeout, and
even they got tracksuits.
Yes, they do.
They really brought it, helping him up.
He's walking it off. He's going to walk over to the medical bench. Let's all give him a round of applause, and we hope he'll be back soon. It's really uncomfortable, and I like the way the coach stopped the game, called attention to that, and how the rest of the players react. So this gives the players a little bit of a breather, and the player's walking off the field on his own. He's being helped, but he's managing to do that.
You can see the intensity the Spanish coach brings in this miniature timeout, so to speak. And they're just letting his players know, I'm sure, that this is for all the marbles. But man, Mexico is a giant.
I watch their practices, and their practices are intense.
Yes.
And I was talking about this yesterday. The coach had made the comment about, have you been watching the practice?
Yeah, of course.
And says, well, did you notice anything? No, because I'm new to this. And he said, I made them all practices using their weakest hand.
Yes.
So everybody was passing the ball only with their left hand.
And they're all in incredible shape. Oh, moves towards it. And there's going to be another whistle. And looks like a lane violation.
We'll see that in the replay. Right now in the captain lane, the player that's in the captain lane is waiting to see what happens. Number 10 of Mexico. And number 7 of Spain.
On fouls?
Fouls on both players. They collided.
So most likely what I believe will happen here is that will cancel each other out, and they will redo that possession.
Definitely.
And I don't know if you notice, actually, since it's a co-ed sport, when it comes to the ladies, there is a restriction for how long the ladies' nails can actually be. Promise you.
Well, it's interesting because I think yesterday...
In Spain.
No, was it India that got a point taken away from them for jewelry?
For jewelry, and then for Spain, there was a woman that she couldn't play in the game yesterday because her nails were too long. We actually had a woman on our team, her nails were too long, but we've got it figured out by putting on the gloves.
Uh-huh.
As
Well, that's one thing they said about the jewelry. In some cases, you can put tape on it, like it's for, you can't take it out. But right now, Mexico's playing with one player less in the field.
So this is like we said, this is their opportunity.
And Mexico has to put out here 120% effort to...
Man, but look how well they're doing it. They're just not guarding the captain. Little lady action right here.
And that's how you stop it on the possession. If it's not a foul, even though they have the same possession, they go back on.
And guess who made the play?
Same play that we were talking about before.
Kid is everywhere. You're probably gonna have to look a different direction because that kid is he's putting on the seatbelt. That's what we like to say. Absolutely making their life a living you-know-what. Can't say that on air, but he is killing it. Intense, making play after play.
So this is Spain's 6th possession or 7th possession?
One of the two.
I'm sorry, I get carried away watching the game so much I forgot to pay attention to this stuff. But again,
there we go. Spain, they're falling back, and they tripped on each other.
Right. So if that's not called a foul, then let's see if it changes.
Yeah, they tripped or stepped right on his foot.
So this is Mexico has a change of player, And because I think they're having a change of possession, it's 3, 6, 7. They're back into it. That was actually the 10th play for Spain. I lost track there. I was getting so excited about this stuff. So this is the first play for Mexico, and they're back 7 against 7.
And just goes to show, with 10 more possessions played with the ball than Mexico, they're still down 19. Absolutely incredible. Great play right there.
A great breakup play by Spain. It was good defending.
But it's all smiles for the Mexican team. I mean, it's just crazy. Antonio knows that's a play he can make. Right there, hits the hands. He knows. And it's plays like that, honestly, where if number one goes for it, can't get it, and Mexico actually continues that possession, that's how runs are seriously started in Fireball. Taking a player out of the game, essentially, for that possession.
So we're at 20-point difference. Mexico's on to its second possession here.
Here they go. Mexico making some damage. Here they go. They move towards the other side of the court. And
I think they're going to be calling a holding foul.
And that was definitely a bit of an exaggeration on that one. Might be a foul right here. Yeah. And on Mexico, they corrected it.
Well, the foul is, there was a trip, but not an intentional tripping. The shoes just touched each other.
Yeah.
I think the foul might have been earlier than that. They raised the flag. It's the first foul.
You could see how hyped this crowd is getting over a foul. Mexico has the players, the coaches, the fans. Everything seems to be going right for them. And everyone knew that they were and still are the team to beat. Comes off. Nice play. Ball stays alive. Looking up, playing the high ball, moving the other side. Here's Ricky. Throws it to Alfonso. Alfonso making the play back to Ricky. Little action right here. The auto pass and a short pass in the direction of Salvador. Man, they are so deadly.
I'm up here in the booth, but I'd really love to be down on the sidelines with the fans yelling, because it really gets exciting.
Absolutely, man. They are so, like, look at the hop with the auto pass, grabs it midair. Unbelievable level of precision and just touch. You could just tell certain players have a feel for the game, and Mexico's players are full of those type of players. Teresa checks in the game.
And it's also interesting, though, to note that Spain is putting up a good fight to defend as much as they can.
Better than us. I'll tell you that.
Well, they racked up 44 points.
It's easier said than done, I can promise you that.
Definitely. I mean, sitting in it, it's like, you know, when you're on the bench, you make comments, or you're watching a game like, I don't see why you didn't
And they're
pass
wrapping around each other. This is what Mexico does. They keep the ball alive. They have players on their team with such incredible hands.
That was a good try.
And that one a little bit out of the reach of Teresa. Another 8-point possession right there for Mexico.
And Teresa knows that she could have gotten
She knows. She knows, absolutely.
She says,
and again, it's all smiles for the Mexican national team.
But I've seen Teresa in 2 occasions that, you know, there's been some errors that she was there, and she's taken that blame like a leader should.
Absolutely.
She takes it onto her shoulders because she knows she's better than that.
And that's what comes with being the vet, being someone who's been around the game for so long, is you have a set of higher expectations for yourself.
Exactly. However, that smile that she has never, and I've seen no players do that smile towards somebody else to mock them. It's always been a smile to mock yourself, to say I made a mistake. And again, I go back to saying how important this is in this sport, that respect between the teams.
Of course. Of course. And that just goes to show, like, you can honestly, as competitive as Mexico is, it's pretty obvious to see that as good as they are, they're just having fun out there. I mean, they really are. This is fun for them. They're having a blast.
Well, trust me, they're not the only ones having fun, because I'm having fun up here in the booth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. could see Spain taking a bit of the Mexican approach, trying to leave alone. The captain fits it right through the pocket. Salvador has the ball. The auto pass looking.
I think they're calling something like a double pass.
And I will say it the way that I see it. Mexico fits the ball in some tight spaces, but the level of concentration their players have to maintain the possession and keep the ball alive, it's unbelievable. You can see right there, that play doesn't stop. There are 3 Mexican players in that corner, and that play is going on for a while.
It's like, you know, cutting precision of getting that ball through there. Just amazing.
It's incredible. It's incredible.
See, we're so fascinated about what's going on, we lost track of what they were calling down there because they had blown the whistle. But it's still Mexico's possession. They're putting the ball in play now.
Yeah, and Mexico has been on a bit of a roll right now. In the last 3 possessions, Mexico has tallied 22 points. It's half of what Spain has right now. Here's Teresa. Back and forth action, auto pass looking, finds Alfonso. Alfonso going into the corner, back to Teresa, back to Alfonso. Looking over, he finds Salvador and tries to find Teresa. Bit of a miscommunication, but it's the court awareness that Mexico has that makes them so unbelievably deadly and dangerous to deal with. Look at this. Doesn't have it, okay, let's go back here. Doesn't have it, okay, let's go back here. Going around, okay, doesn't have it, let's go back there. It's taking what the defense gives you and just being so good at exploiting the mismatches and reading the court. It's incredible. This is what Max traded the sport to be.
And we're talking about this. You and I have been talking about this on several occasions. It's playing it up high. They played it up high. They played it at the right level, and when they needed that, they started going up above.
Absolutely.
And trying to get that ball around.
Oh, he's wide open. He finds Alfonso for 100, and a great play right there.
But also a very good defensive play by Spain.
Absolutely.
They stopped them because they could have had a great progression from that one.
Great play defensively.
So there's a change of players for Mexico.
And as we know, in this sport, a play like that happens. If it's under the elbow, that is considered, it's clean.
Definitely.
If it's above the elbow, the shoulder, the bicep, whatever it may be, that is when the penalties, the fouls start coming into play. Because see Juan D. Sanchez taking it out. And pass it right where he can't get it. And this is where Mexico creates some chaos. It's open field. She catches it with one hand. Finds herself another one-hand catch for Mexico. Unbelievable. They're moving the ball with precision, with purpose. Mexico, absolutely unbelievable level of chemistry.
The intensity. And
it's not about the points itself. It's about how they get their points. It's such tight windows. It's so tight, and it's a high risk, high reward.
But look at that overhead camera. You can see how they opened up the whole court. They opened it up, and players were free to move around.
And I feel like that's why, Tommy, I feel like that's why it's so rewarding, because they start their possessions off so tight so that when they break things off, the whole field is wide open. That's why you see Mexico can either have plays where they have 1 or 2 points, and they have plays where they have 25, 30 points. It's because it's high risk. It's playing the risk.
Now, again, and we tend to repeat ourselves, but you got to understand, though it's 110 to 44, things can change on possessions.
In a split second,
you could intercept
back and
the
forth.
ball.
Great play defensively right there from Spain.
Exactly. So you could intercept the ball and start racking up points on the interception, because you'd catch the team that lost the ball off guard by the interception.
For sure.
You can actually move real quick at that point. Move around and go to other directions. It's just, again, amazing. The speed in which things can change. However, right now, Mexico has been, repeating myself, in the driver's seat.
And as they should.
They're running the show. They're running the show.
As they should. They are warriors. Now, Jaime puts them through some intense levels of training. Throwing it, playing the high ball, goes to Salvador. They're really close to the out of bounds. Teresa has it now in the corner, back to Teresa. They're moving the ball around. The ball hits the floor. Nice 6-point possession right there for Mexico. Absolutely phenomenal. And just the way that they're able to stay in sync with each other. Yep, you're right there, tight pass, and now he's open. It's able to make those tight passes. And again, like we said, slap the wrist. That is not a foul. That is actually very legal.
Definitely. So, yeah, it's like saying, you know, the wrist is part of the ball.
Absolutely. And something that Mexico actually understands is that when there's a busted coverage, you don't guard the guy with the ball. You take away the easiest pass. Because in fireball, the person can only do so much, as we see a whistle getting blown here.
It's a lane violation.
We're about to see the replay. On Mexico.
Number 17 in Mexico, lane violation. 27 or 17?
I believe they're showing her, so it's probably 27.
Minus 2 points.
Minus 2
Neutral
points.
Lane violation. So there's a momentary timeout here. There was minus 2 points, so they're 117-44.
Man, that's a lot of hair. Wow. And she's rocking it. She's killing it out there. She's been in the game, man, almost the entire game, honestly. The women for the Mexico team, that's what drives them. That's the heart and soul of their team. You can just tell they put so much trust in them, and they have incredible hands. I mean, they're catching some incredible passes, moving the ball so well. And honestly, it helps so much with Mexico's style of play because obviously the women are smaller. They like to fit through those defensive, you know, breakdowns, those mishaps, so to speak. And it helps so much. Honestly, they're able to get it through and back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Mexico, they just play as a unit. Everyone is getting the ball, and they understand sometimes I'm touching it 5 times in a possession, and sometimes I ain't touching it 3 times for the whole game. But I'm doing my role, and I'm ready when my number is called. And that's what makes this team
and you
so
can
dangerous.
See them even coming back out on the court here, you know, just they're ready to go, calling the plays and letting them know. So now it's a changeover. Spain gets control of possessions. This will be the 3rd time that Spain gets control of possessions, correct?
Yes.
So and this is the next 10 will definitely tell us what's going on with Spain. They need to rack up a lot of points if they want to go anywhere because...
Yes. And honestly, you know, it's pretty funny. You know, in soccer, like a penalty shootout, I believe if you start with the shots and the other team has more than you at the penalty shootout towards the end, there's no point, right? Automatically. That's not how that works in fireball because Spain can still add points defensively.
True. Once that Mexico takes back on the lead and putting the ball in play, if they intercept the ball, they could add points.
And we've
seen it before. We saw it in the India-Catalunya game. There was a chance that India would start to come back with an interception, and we've seen it before.
And that's actually what lost India the game yesterday against Spain, was those turnovers, constant turnovers.
And Spain capitalized on those, and they were really good.
Absolutely.
So here's the chance again. You don't know if this will happen. So this is the second put in play for Spain, and he's calling like.
And some would say for Catalonia or for India, that might have been a blessing in disguise because they did have to play Catalonia instead of Mexico, who clearly looks to be a serious threat to Catalonia right now. For sure to Spain. Spain is feeling it right now.
I'm wondering if the Catalunya team members are anywhere close to the Spanish bench.
No, they're right there.
They're right there.
They're right behind them.
They're right behind them.
The coach as well.
You know, they're also friends back home in Barcelona. They might be 2 different teams, but they're friends. And we see that also afterwards because there's a lot of competition out there.
And so there's an injury. I
think they're going to call timeout. Somebody got hurt. Let's see the replay.
There's an injury. One of the ladies for the Mexican national team has taken a fall.
I think she took a shot to the rib.
And she is still down. Let's see this replay right here. It's going to be on the left side.
Yeah, there was
trying to come off of one of those
elbows
screens. I believe that was her own teammate, but they weren't looking. Accidents do happen. She's still down. I hope she's okay.
And the teams walk off the court while the medics are taking care of her and asking her if she's okay. And we hope she's okay, and she's doing that. There she is. She's pulling herself up. You know, any kind of blow does hurt. Whatever game you play, you know, you get hit somehow or another.
Absolutely.
They hurt. It's just a matter of getting on. All right, she's on her feet.
She is up, giving her a round of applause.
I'm glad to see her walking off on her own reconnaissance.
And wow, something I gotta say, the Mexican national team, they just carry themselves with such class, such
really do.
level of class. I mean,
elegance.
You know, they win with honor. They lose with honor.
I think she got the wind knocked out of her.
Yeah, I mean, that happens, trust me. I mean, playing football as a wide receiver growing up, you take quite a few shots, and it doesn't feel good, I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you, the worst shot I ever got in football, however, was not really during the game per se. It was my first time playing for the team. I was playing as a kicker.
Oh, wow. So you really had that leg.
Yes. So
Wow.
we were out there, and I was kicking away. The field was covered in mud. We had a white and blue uniform. Everybody comes off the field covered in mud, and I basically come out of the field clean.
Right.
And one of the players looks at me and says, "Nah, that's not right." They just grabbed me by the uniform, lifted me over the head, and body slammed me into the mud.
I mean, you're a big dude. That
was a big guy.
Wow.
And I smiled, and he said, "Now you're part of the team."
Wow. And so it really took you in right there.
So then, you know, it makes you feel at home, part of the team. And actually, I feel part of the team here as well with the Team Fireball Extreme Challenge. Everybody's been participant. The teams out there, the technical staff, the visitors, the family members, everybody. But everybody has their eyes pointed towards one side of the stadium, and I think that's where that little statue is down there, the World Cup.
Yep, and that's the thing that everyone wants to get their hands on. It's the reason they came here, sitting right there.
And the ceremony will be this evening, probably around 7 o'clock after the final.
Absolutely.
And here's the semifinal between Spain and Mexico. Spain is down 67 points. They're trying to get the ball back in play. They're working at it, but Mexico is
and
not.
They kept it in. The ball is still up. Spain keeps it. They can't capitalize.
Did you see that play? He went out of bounds, didn't touch the ground, threw the ball back in.
Threw that back in.
And Mexico got, you know, Spain got the ball back and still managed to capitalize a few points. Just amazing.
Play. Wow. Alfonso. That really could have gone either way.
I would have feel like saying Air Alfonso because the way he was up in that.
And like you said, look at this kid. I mean, it's literally, he's smiling in the air, comes back down, he's all smile. It's just, it's incredible to see. Truly, everyone's just having fun out there. They're all enjoying the game so much. And they're playing for their country. They're playing for the person next to them. They're playing for themselves. They're playing for their family. With so much pressure, one would think it's so intense. But everyone is just having a great time out there, honestly. It's all smiles, it's all fun, it's all games, and that's what Fireball is all about, really.
I think they called a foul on Mexico, unfortunately.
Maybe they were smiling too hard.
I didn't see that in the rule book. I'm going to have to go back to that book. I do have the rule book in front of me, but no, I didn't see the smiling too hard in there. However, taunting is not accepted.
That's true. That is true.
And I think that's important because I see that in too many games, too many sports.
It's honestly how a lot of players in other sports kind of build their social media presence. A lot of people are known for being kind of a diva, so to speak.
But that's a rude diva.
It's a rude diva.
And it's not tolerated here because here we talk about sportsmanship and team efforts. And regardless of what happens right now, when this is all over, these teams will embrace and spend time together and talk it over and respect each other.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it'll be Spain's 5th possession.
Man. The Mexican national team is a different beast.
I'm getting teary-eyed and emotional here.
Is everything okay?
I wanted to be down there. I'd love to be down there because it's just the speed of the action, the play, and obviously being higher up, you don't sense it as much as when you're down the court. I remember sitting courtside in basketball and say, "Wow, they passed by so fast that I had to go and get those nosebleed seats higher up to be able to see the court better." And so we're seeing it quite open court, but if you're down there on the side, you can see what's going on. It is amazing.
Yep.
There was a slight incident there, I think.
And Mexico is they're just different. They're showing it to the world right now. I mean, they're not here to mess around. They're here to play games within the sense of we're not playing games mentality. And it's so incredible how you can dominate so convincingly while also having fun. So obviously, I mean, they're smiling, they're laughing. Someone drops a pass. It's not, oh my gosh, why did you drop this? It's all good.
Yeah,
we got your back.
It's cheering on and supporting each other,
of course,
and having each other's back. So it was interesting that play before the little bit of a foul was between the two 17 players.
Yes, and you can see the Spanish coach right there.
I spent some time talking with him yesterday, not about the game, talking about cities like Barcelona and saying how pretty the city is. And Barcelona is very pretty. If you've never been there, do have an opportunity to go because it is beautiful. There's so much history, art, the architecture, and just the people. It was really nice.
Sounds like I need a Barcelona trip.
I think we all need a Barcelona trip.
Absolutely. I think so as well. It's actually my first time in Europe this trip. Never been to Europe before. And thanks to Max, Max is obviously the founder of the sport. Thanks to his incredible, kindness and vision for the sport, we're able to have this incredible event that we have here. And he, like we said, I'm looking at him right now across from us, one of the hardest workers you'll ever meet. The one and only.
As I had said before, my wife asked me one day, does this battery charge ever go down?
Yeah.
Because he's nonstop, but he's also a very, very caring person, and that's what I like about Max. And I've known him since 1993, so go way back.
Wow.
And I've just been it's just been really a great friendship. There's a need for a change. Let's see how he's doing.
Again, it's all smiles. It just makes you want to go out there and play. He's limping off the court.
They're carrying him off.
And they're carrying him. Like we said, the Mexican team.
He's a very talented player.
And it's like we said, it's just nothing but class for Mexico. It's not a shot on Spain. Obviously, they're playing with class.
He comes back down. He twists.
Yeah. It's incredible.
He twists his ankle coming down.
It's like a family. They are literally a family, and they treat it as such.
So much so a family that Jaime and Teresa, who are married to each other, and they have their daughter here as the pequeña mascot of the team.
Of course.
Is out there with the team coming out, and it's just really pretty. But it was interesting because we saw all the players where they have lunch together, and all the players together, and just everybody sitting around talking and joking and spending time together, which I think is just the beauty of the sport as well.
Absolutely.
The closeness of everybody.
Absolutely.
So he's checking out his ankle.
Hope he's okay.
And he'll have a little bit of time to cool it off.
Anybody? No, it's just
by himself.
Yep. Yeah. Not much you can do when you're kind of in the air.
His teammate, making sure he's okay too.
Yeah. That's actually funny. This kid right here, number 55, I saw his jersey. I was like, Espanol? And then I realized, no, his last name is Espinal. He just spells it a little bit. We spell a little bit differently, at least from where I've seen that name. But me and him kind of had a laugh about that yesterday. It was pretty funny. And
but even the Spanish team, they're down quite a lot of points, but they're not down and out, and the coach is still cheering them on, giving them advice and telling them what to do.
And I think even though, and obviously the game is still far from over, but if Mexico does manage to win this game, you have to be extremely impressed with what we've seen so far from Spain coming here. This is by far, I mean, obviously this is the longest game, but it's incredible. Spain putting up the points they're putting up against Mexico, really proving themselves here and kind of showing the world that Mexico is here and they're here to compete. Sorry, Spain. Spain is here and they are here to compete. Obviously, we know Mexico is always here to compete, but Spain is one of those teams that came here. They took down Italy, they took down India, and now they're in a game here for everything on the table against Mexico, and they're fighting. They're fighting very hard.
Well, no, Mexico has been competing. I think I talked to the pilots of the aircraft that they flew on. They had to get mad with the Mexican team because they were practicing on board the aircraft, and the pilot said, no, you can't do that on board the plane.
By the looks of it,
they were nonstop.
I wouldn't be
Obviously,
surprised.
We're joking about this. It didn't happen, okay?
Practicing throwing with their left hands, 30,000 feet in the air. I mean, they're playing like it.
They have a good aerial game, too.
They're
That's what they showed it earlier on.
They're incredible.
So the player's not come back in, and I hope it's nothing too serious that he'll be able to come back on the court later on. The medical staff is still attending to his ankle, and so they might have to keep him off the court for the rest of this game. But now Spain has got to get points.
Ball gets tipped, and there he goes. Guess who? Moving Mexico back and forth, and he drops it right there. Man, that kid's incredible.
So Mexico, as soon as they had the chance, they intercepted the ball, and immediately they went out there to start getting points.
And look at this play. Double taps it. Left-hand pass.
And that goes back to left-hand practice, by the way.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we were warming up with them in the building up there before our game. Mexico was just rolling right through it, passing by each other. Left-hand throws, left-hand throws, left-hand throws. That's all they were doing. It goes to show practice makes perfect.
Definitely. And one thing I do have to reiterate here, that these are athletes, are amateur athletes. Everybody has a job or is a student. They do something else. And that's the same for the American team. You know,
yes.
It's not that all the time is spent just practicing or playing fireball. You all have things to do. And you come together and you put your hearts out. Wearing the national jersey, wanting to do the best possible for your country, for the team you play for your fans.
And I think the impressive part about the sport is it's only going up. We're only going to see, behind the back.
Interesting move.
Adding a little bit of
the old pizzazz type thing.
Of course. I mean,
there was an attempted behind the back by Catalunya earlier on.
Yeah.
In the first game.
You don't get points for style points, but if you did, that one would definitely give you a few.
But it should make highlights.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think.
So I think Spain went through their last 10 possessions.
Now
Mexico has 10 possessions. It's all or nothing now. We're still 123 to 69. We'll see how Mexico plays this out.
And just watch how Mexico is gonna. And there we go. Already off to a rough start for Spain. A lane violation. All love.
He knows where the camera is.
Going over that for a bit. And that's honestly something we can take in many sports, is that when you go very, very fast all the time, I feel like you're very predictable to read. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know for any of my basketball fans out there in the NBA, Luka Doncic, Nikola Jokic, not exactly wowing you with their athleticism, but being able to turn on the gear and slow it down at the perfect time, it catches a defender off guard. People would be really surprised.
If I'm not mistaken, sounds like a Laker fan there.
I'm not a Laker fan. I grew up in LA. I currently live in LA, but, you know, man, the Lakers, I mean, obviously, yeah, I go for them. They're not my team. But, you know, if my team is out of the playoffs, you know, I'll cheer for the purple and gold.
Well, here we're rooting for both teams because
absolutely,
we want something to happen
right off the bat.
And Mexico is just really dominating the court there. So they're at 127-67. That's a 50-point difference.
They're so quick. And look how open he is from the first pass.
And as I said earlier on, if somebody heard me, I'm a liberal arts major. So math is an opinion for me many times, but it's 60 points difference and not 50.
Yep. 60-point difference, wow.
So Mexico just changed the player, and we're going into, I think, the third possession. No, sorry, it's number 2 for Mexico. They're calling back a position, the possession.
Teresa checks in the game. I wonder where their daughter is, the mascot. That was so cute seeing her daughter come in when they got introduced for the first time. Rocking the Mexico colors. There we go. One of the ladies creates space. Mexico moving, and he gets his hand grabbed. That should be a foul against Spain. Look at it one more time from a closer angle right here. And we'll see if it's over the elbow. Yeah, that's all bicep right there. That should 100% be called a foul.
And it will be called a foul. In fact, Mexico gets to put the ball back in play, so they keep possession.
And you know, some people would say that was a flop. I don't think you quite understand. He's moving so fast. For someone to just rip downwards, grab his whole arm while he's trying to make something happen, you know, the change of direction, people would be surprised. It's a lot of force. And Mexico,
they're bouncing around, moving around, and there's the opening right now. They're fast space. There's a collision.
And another lady goes down. Mexico has kind of been hit with the injury bug this game. It's not anything we like to see.
Let's see if we can see in the replay here.
She's holding her knee. Maybe a Charlie horse. Those are always the worst.
Actually, if that's a hit in the shin, that really hurts. No, it's a trip. It's a pull on that. It was just a collision. Nothing. No, there was no foul. It just happened.
And she's hopping off of one leg. I feel like a broken record, but we're gonna say it obviously for consideration and the care for our players. We hope she is okay.
Definitely.
I've said that quite a few times this game, but
that's the intensity of the game.
Of course, and especially with these playoffs games, they're so much longer than the normal games, you know. But it's good to see that at least the injuries from what we're seeing are very minimal, you know. Very minimal so far.
The overall statistics I'd like to see for injuries are very low.
For sure. For sure,
and
absolutely.
that goes because, as we said before, it's a no contact sport. There's minimal contact. From the arm to the hand, you know, if you use a open hand to grab the ball and you hit the hand or the arm, the forearm, sorry, that's legal. But all the rest of the contacts are not. And you get penalized for that. You can lose 2 points or 5 points or be suspended right out the game. And Mexico puts the ball back in play.
And just like that, they're off to the races. Teresa throws it a little bit low. And right there.
So it's 135-67.
Man.
So Spain, player number 5, was coming to serve.
Man, it's just a change of direction, the handoff, the wraps.
And it's nice to see that, you know, they're standing around just a slight moment waiting for the refs to give the countdown. And once that goes, you see the motion, the constant motion. And some of that motion it's like seems like they're dancing out there.
Look how passionate they are. So passionate. Oh my goodness, blazing through. Here's Teresa running around. Someone hits the deck. It's Ricky. Play stays alive. Back to Ricky. He is wide open.
Whoa,
no one
look
is
at
even
that.
close. Now Mexico moving it around right over. She catches it in the air. Wow. And that's one of those things. Shout out to her. She's been getting open all game.
But now they called her for over possession of the ball, or because she bounced.
But look at this right here. Number 2 doesn't know who to pick up now after he trips with Ricky. Ricky gets back up, gets back into the play, finds himself wide open.
And just opens up the whole court with that pass.
Opens up the whole court.
Now here, yeah, because it bounced around in her hands too much.
And if it's not a secure catch, I believe that is also considered an auto pass as well. So
it's like you've done 2, 3 auto passes to yourself.
Exactly. It's like a bobble. And there she is again, and she's getting wide open.
Did they call a lane violation? Yeah, lane violation.
Lane violation.
Number 12. And a foul. So the foul is on number 9.
Game is slowed down a little bit, and understandably so. Mexico literally has this game however they want it. So if I was them, saving my stamina for Catalunya in the finals. And wide open. Wow.
That's probably the first mistake.
Wow.
that's to give him some reassurance.
Wow.
The first mistake he's made.
Yeah, he's got that room for error. He has been a complete difference maker in this game. He really stood out for me defensively, making plays.
But his team players are there for him, saying it's okay.
Oh, absolutely,
it's okay.
absolutely. It's incredible. They have so much fun playing the game. Oh, he's wide open. Wow, oh my goodness. This could be really bad. Stays in bounds. Teresa making a play. Handoff back and forth to Espinal.
Oh, that was a foul there. That was unnecessary.
A little bit of contact after, maybe a frustration foul.
Right.
After the whistle was blown. Man. Yep. Foul
number
on
6.
Number 6. Man, look at the body control, staying in bounds, so close. Yeah, that's a foul. And then just getting physical. And it's all smiles. Man.
It's like, okay, we can take it. We're good to go.
And it's the best of both worlds when you're dominating the way that they are and you're having fun while doing it. I mean, does it get better than that? Not really.
And so now Mexico is playing with 6 players. I mean, Mexico has 7 and Spain has 6 on the field.
And they're doing something pretty good. They're not guarding the captain. Throwing it across. Someone's open. It's Espinal looking. Finally. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. And a good play defensively made by number 2.
I think number 2 also is, though, getting a bit frustrated.
And understandably so.
Because they're playing 6 against 7.
Okay, can I? And
we had to go off camera, off air for a moment because we always have technical information that we need to share. Of
course.
And sometimes it's like, is everything working there for you? Or is everything working there for you? And you know, we just want to make sure that you can hear us because we're getting quite excited about this game.
Absolutely.
We're going towards the final minutes of it, but
they're playing the long ball.
But Mexico has.
They are incredible as it gets.
Mexico has total control. Unfortunately,
completely.
For Spain, they're playing with 1 player less.
Yeah,
they have to go through 1 possession for 1 or 2 possessions.
And shout out to them. I mean, they're for 1 player less against Mexico. They're handling it pretty well, but I feel like they've dug themselves too far in a hole. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be. I mean, anything is possible, you know. But it looks slimmer and slimmer by the ball possession. In Mexico, now they just look to be the top dogs. And a foul. And I think what stands out for me to Mexico
So
about
number 6
Mexico
can come back in.
about Mexico is just, I don't know if you realize, but they make those 2 seconds with the ball seem like such a long time. They're moving around so much. They get through the defense.
They cover a lot of distance when they do that.
Absolutely.
So
Perfectly said.
So Mexico's putting the ball in play, and both teams are fully on the court.
And there they go, another open man, looking, Espinal. Oh, they're collapsing him, and that should be clean.
So we do. Yeah, it's the 8th possession for Mexico.
8, wow.
So
they have a shot at the 200 mark, potentially.
We'll see how it goes. They have the 8th, 9th, and 10th, correct?
Yes.
And if anything happens in between.
And Mexico brings it all the time.
So he's got 30 seconds to put the ball. Oh, that was just an accident.
Bit of a bump right there. Man. And some people just have the it factor, you know. A little bit of a bump right here. Yeah, that's a foul. Got both of his shoulders grabbed. But, man, this kid, even up by almost 100 points, he's got that fire, you know. He's got that look in his eye.
And they're, gotta admit, they are dominating right now.
Absolutely.
But he's still got that fire.
And that's
don't ever extinguish because I don't want to go back to your game, but you guys had the fire. But when you went out there with just like, we got to do just this.
I think they brought out the fire extinguisher in our game. I think we let go of that one, but.
Oh, somebody got a 3rd foul. And they are out.
And it's number 6.
For Spain.
And I actually remember this quote. It's by this, ironically, this fighter from Spain. And he's the current champion of the world in the UFC right now. He says some fighters come in and they prepare to win, and others prepare to dominate. And I feel like that's the approach that Mexico brings every time. In their minds, they're the best. And they prove to be the best year in, year out, game in, game out. They don't take a possession off.
So the thing that I remember seeing at the inaugural ceremony is that Mexico is undefeated in 6 years. And the only team that actually did defeat them was Spain, so I think they're making Spain payback.
I think they're. I think this one's personal, for sure, and they're showing.
So let's see. There's a moment delay.
And the crowd starting.
So there's a player number 33.
Only 6 players on for Spain in a game that.
No, Spain has 6.
I believe so. I mean, they just had their player pick up.
And they're
Yeah,
right.
They have 6. And the captain is not being guarded.
If you have difficulty with 7, it gets even worse.
There they go, back and forth, making plays. What a pass. And that's what I'm talking about. Able to exploit the defense. And this is going to get ugly really quick if we're not careful. Oh, my goodness, screaming everywhere. Wow, that could have been uglier than that for sure.
Yes, you're saying it's personal. I think they're making a statement here.
And it's just, it's one pass, really, that just, Mexico just knows exactly where to place that ball. It started out with Sabbiadoro making that laser pass
And
across
even
the
that
field.
last pass, though,
And
there was a
that
little bit of
last
a
pass.
shoulder bump there that threw you off. And it's a foul, in fact. So there's another player that's got 2 fouls and off. This is not easy for Spain. They're playing with 5 players in the field. The last 2.
Yeah.
And I think Spain is taking a timeout, but you know, Spain played a good game. They tried to stay in control, but so far Mexico has just outplayed them 10-1 basically.
It's like when the varsity team plays against the JV team, essentially. And that's no disrespect to Spain, but man, Mexico, they are on a different stratosphere than everyone else, it seems. They're just I mean, this is the future.
It is. And that's the timeout going down, counting down. But I see so much intensity from these players. They care, and above all, they're actually having fun.
That's the amazing part about it, is they're having such a blast. Smiling drops a wide open pass, and it's just everyone's there to give him a hug. Everyone's there to smile with him. Everyone's there to be like, you know what, you're good. We know who you are. We know what you bring to the team. One mistake doesn't define you, and we're all brothers and sisters at the end of the day, just having fun playing a kid's game. This is what it's all about, back and forth. I think there was some sort of miscommunication there. It just let him pass the ball right in front of him.
They're going to stop him. I wonder if Mexico will break the 200 mark.
I think they might. I think they might. The way that things are going right now, it's a serious possibility.
So
I know the fans want them to do it. I can see it. And for sure the people back home would love to see that. 120-point game. Wow. And that's also, it's a testament to show, even as good.
I think the Spanish players are asking some information.
As good as they are, it just goes to show that the Mexican team just has more gas. They just have the tanks. They can just deal with more. And it's, I believe,
I mean, they're still running around after such a long time. And
yeah, they're going to get that 200 behind the back. They're just going for style points. All smiles. And I believe that is going to do it.
That did do it. That is game.
Mexico, in absolutely crushing fashion, is heading to the 2025 Fireball World Cup to play against Catalunya, who they have already played and comfortably beaten in this tournament.
Now here they come to shake hands in the middle of the field.
Sportsmanship, which is what the sport is truly about. The Spanish coach giving his players a couple last words before they go out to the center of the court to go show sportsmanship.
All the players are back out there. And you got to give credit.
Spanishmen.
Spain came out here trying to do the best they could. They found themselves against a powerhouse. There's no doubt about it.
It's incredible.
Nothing to take away from Spain.
Look what Mexico does. Even after they're done, they clap each other's hands. Good game, good game. It's all love.
Yes. And then
class act.
And the same with the referees. That's nice. And if I remember correctly, from what I saw yesterday, after Mexico beat you all, they were out there practicing.
Yeah, and that's the part about Mexico that's just crazy that I see right here, is that you could see Coach Jaime, his team just won by 121 points, and his face is stone cold. He knows he didn't come here to make the finals. He came here to win.
But here they are in the middle of the court, Mexican players and Spanish players talking, hugging, making sure things are okay.
Absolutely.
So, well, we're set. The scene and the stage is set for this afternoon. It will be a final between Mexico and Catalunya. Catalunya come from one victory, one defeat, brought them into the semifinal, and then they beat India. Convincing game. both young teams, actually.
Absolutely.
And but Catalunya had an experienced coach who really brought out the years of experience. So now we're going to be having interviews coming up pretty soon, and a little bit of the highlights and the playback of the highlights. The players are really, you know, you feel bad because you hope somebody or everybody could win. I can see the expressions here, but the players are still.
There we go.
They showed the flag of Catalunya, so now they're fighting for Catalunya.
Of course, and that's what we expected for sure. As and we're gonna get the interviews right here from two of the Mexican players.
Ok, chicos, muy buen partido, Gran México. ¿Cómo lo vivieron de dentro?
Muy bien, la verdad vimos bien el partido, demasiado sacrificio esfuerzo por parte de México. También España muy bien, la verdad, muy buen físico, muy buena altura, muy buen juego también. Yo creo que fue un partido muy competitivo.
Pues yo creo que ha sido un partido bastante enérgico. Creo que la vibra de México que tenemos, bueno, hasta incluso la contagiamos al público, y creo que eso es lo que nos ha hecho como que justamente pasar bien la bola, ¿no? Tener un buen juego, una buena representación, justo eso.
¿Tú cómo estás? Que te lastimaron, te golpearon un poquitito, ¿no?
Bien, creo que fue un choque, un golpe, la verdad no lo vi bien, pero bien. Creo que hemos tenido bastantes lesionados. Entonces ahorita sería la recuperación para la final.
Entonces ahora para la recuperación por la final, no va a ser mucho. ¿Quieren decir algo por los compañeros y compañeras en México?
Un enorme saludo para toda mi familia, para mis niños que también los tengo por ahí observándome. Les mando un enorme saludo. Muchas gracias por estar apoyándome desde casa, desde México y sobre todo desde Soledad Doblado, para toda la banda de por allá.
Bueno, de los lesionados, también acá tenemos uno que ayer sufrió la lesión. Creo que estamos muy fuertes, somos un equipo bastante fuerte. Vamos a estar recuperados al 100%, al 200% para la final. Y pues bueno, un saludo a todos allá en México.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, chicos. Hasta luego.
So, from what I understood in my Spanish, the game was very energetic, and there was a lot of respect also for Spain. So now we're going to hear the words from the Spanish players.
Here comes the Spain interview.
Did you see what's going on the court? It's just beautiful what we have below.
Muy duro, muy competitivo. Ellos son ahorita los campeones, ustedes jugaron muy bien. ¿Cómo ven el partido adentro?
Bueno, pues sí, la verdad que ha sido un partido muy emocionante. México son un rival que lleva mucho tiempo entrenando y preparados para esto. Y la verdad que se merecen mucho esta victoria, son un gran equipo y les deseamos mucha suerte pues para la final.
Sí, como ha dicho mi compañero, han luchado, han ganado y mira, es un partido y ya volveremos la próxima vez a tope. México nos ha superado esta vez.
Pero ustedes ganaron la primera vez, ellos ganaron ahorita, necesitan prepararse por la revancha, ¿no?
Sí, bueno, seguiremos entrenando para ver si podemos conseguir la revancha y nada, a seguir peleando y pues que no nos afecten las decisiones arbitrales como esta vez. Y nada, a seguir y a la próxima será nuestra.
Sí, como ha dicho, el partido, los equipos muy bien igualados, mucha discrepancia en otros temas, pero bueno, a seguir luchando y a seguir entrenando para la próxima vez.
So basically they're saying they're going to be training and preparing for the next time they meet because there's some history behind the two teams.
Can't be taking the Mexican team too lightly.
So now we get to see the highlights.
And there are many from this game for sure.
And this is at the beginning when the teams were coming on. And, you know, you never want to have to, it's difficult to explain this. It's you know, I meant a comment about this earlier on to you, how you'd like everybody to be equal out there. You know, at the end of the day, everybody having fun, they tied everything, but you can't.
Yeah,
and everybody trains for the victory.
Of course.
And Mexico not only trained for the victory, I think they went even over because they were just incredible. Such a powerhouse. Spain was with them for quite a while, but then Mexico came out in the long run. And this goes back to and to your game. If you hear, as I said, the Mexican team members were saying yesterday that you all blocked them for the first 5 plays. They couldn't do a single thing.
Yeah.
But then on the long run, they came out. And even here with Spain started to go really strong all of a sudden, and then nothing. The class and the know-how of Mexico just was a powerhouse. Came out so strong.
Yep.
And you're saddened to see that, those sad faces on the side of the Spanish players. But I know that later on they'll be over there at the dining area, and everybody will be sitting down talking together and
absolutely.
And making fun of each other in a good way. Just okay, it happens. But it's just a fun situation all around. And right now, I see the Indian players out there playing around, playing like volleyball and stuff. So, again, it's a game. They're playing. They're having fun.
Absolutely.
Sure, when it comes time to what matters most, everybody puts on their best game show. They're ready to fight. They have the fire. After all, as I said, the fire of Fireball.
You called it. That behind the back pass made the highlights.
Yes, it did.
Just saw it right there.
So there's, although that was a pretty good play, putting it back into play.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
So we're all looking towards that trophy. We'll have the final this afternoon. I think it's 4:30.
I believe so. I'm gonna have to double check for you guys.
So we'll be coming off the air pretty soon. And you can join back up with us later on this afternoon. And today is 7 December 2025. The matches, the games, the scores was Catalunya wins against India 165 to 117. Spain loses to Mexico 188 to 67. Catalunya and Mexico will meet up in the final. And as I said, it'll start at 16:30 between Catalunya and Mexico. May the best team win, and may sportsmanship rule the game.
Absolutely.
I can't reiterate that enough, but I've been fascinated by seeing this. No taunting, just embraces all around, the people having fun. And I hear that we're going to be closing up, so bye from Angelo. Bye. I'll see you later on.
Of course. Wonderful.
We'll be here together.
You
guys take care. Lots of love to everybody.